Felicitations, my family of fledglings. And ghosts, so good to see you as well. Welcome to another time zone with yours truly. Davian Holme, disruptor, destroyer of paradigms, shifter of your mental algorithms, changer of minds, persuader of paradigm. It's me. Hi, and welcome. How are you? It's been a while. It's been a few days. It's been such a long time for me. Hopefully it's been really short for you. I hope it's been short. I hope y'all are doing great. Hello and welcome. Propose a collaboration. It sounds like a sales pitch. I'm not going to join your Discord, but feel free to cyberstalk me and hit me with your pitch. Thanks. You're the best. Tonight, our Discord topic is an interesting one. What did they lie to you about? That's right. At some point, your career, or just your job, your family, friends, your school, even your university.
School is the worst.
School's the worst. Said something that you found out later on was like, wow, absolutely untrue. It was just one person's idea of the world. It was completely an idiosyncratic line of thought.
I got one.
Please, by all means, kick us off.
I feel like one of the worst ones was when your high school teachers tried to convince you that college professors were going to be so much harder on you and be so all over your butt about, you better be doing this and you better be on time and blah, blah. Professors don't give an absolute rat's ass. They don't. Because if you don't give a rat's ass, why are they?
That is so true. Yeah, they really don't care.
No, they get paid regardless.
Yep.
And they just look at you like, your money is what's putting you here. So if you want to throw your money down the toilet,
yeah,
that's your prerogative.
Have fun. Yeah. I'm going to add this into this particular scene. I don't have my very nice Discord pop-up thing on this scene. So I'm going to make it happen. Oz, how are we doing?
I'm glad that the children are asleep.
Yes. Very much so.
And I am not enthralled with that sashimi.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You want to know why specifically?
Why is that?
Because it is packaged with other things in it. And so therefore, the absorbent fish has taken in the flavor of ginger and the flavor of wasabi and the flavor of cucumber when I'm not eating it.
I see.
And I just wanted to taste salmon.
Yeah, that is not fun. But everything's in that package altogether, so how are you supposed to? Yeah.
Yeah. So I may pass it to you. Which
That's
I mean, it'll just be a pure protein intake. So
yeah. That should be in line. We'll adjust my calories as such tomorrow.
Good evening.
Well,
Good
hello.
evening.
Hello.
Also, I will be playing for a portion of tonight, and I will be present for a portion of tonight. And then I am going to not be live.
That sounds good to me.
Because I only have so many spoons left in my drawer, my brain drawer. And yeah.
Just the fact that you called it spoons in your brain drawer, I think that says plenty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is it so loud?
Hmm?
I don't know why Enshrouded is so loud in my ears.
You know, it was loud in mine too. It's loud in mine too. I may have to make some adjustments here. I think they made some adjustments on their end. Like, oh, hey.
I think so.
Is the game not hurting your ears just yet? Don't worry.
We must make it
No.
loud. The fact that you have it at 7% says everything.
Yeah, we'll fix that for you. We'll make your ears hurt.
The bleeding will commence.
The bleeding.
The bleeding.
I came here with none of my stuff. I may hop out and hop back in so I can get at least my building materials, but it's fine for now.
There, I put it all the way down to 17%. It's still kind of loud.
Mine's down to 7. and that feels comfortable for me. That's how bad it is. Yeah. Oh, magic chests glow in the dark. Neat. Well, that's just fancy.
Flax.
Is there anything that we particularly need?
Wood of the universe.
Flax.
I guess it's not wood. I haven't checked our stores in a hot minute, so I'm not sure what we're missing. Nico, you are lit first.
In the textual sense.
That also means you get 2 alerts back to back. Hello, Nico. And you know what? I'll do you a solid and give you a 3rd. Not that anybody doesn't know who you are by now, but somebody out there might not. Let's give you a shout out too.
Nico, who?
Birds.
Oh, an old one.
Oh my goodness.
Has all of us.
Yikes.
God, I'm not I'm not connected yet.
There's one down below there, I think. Or is that just... That's just wood.
Oh shit. It's on him.
Running. 452. My heart's racing. I'm gonna have a heart attack, everybody.
Okay, well fuck.
I'm not leading anymore.
I have to mute myself for a second.
Sure. Fuck that game. That game definitely hurts. It hurts my sensibilities to play. Sign of Silence? Was that what that one was called? We played it for a while and none of us got good at it before we all just sort of silently, tacitly agreed to not play it anymore. Like, this game makes me nervous. None of us said that out loud. We just I think we all just felt it.
What game do we need to get into?
What's that?
Outlast Trials.
Oh yeah, I need to get into that one. Just came out, right? Like just?
About a month ago, yeah.
Cool. I never played Outlast. Is it a prerequisite to sort of know something about?
No.
Okay.
I don't think it follows any story in that way. Each Outlast game has its own part of the story, I guess.
Okay.
But Outlast Trials is more of a... So Outlast 1 and 2 are more of a single-player game.
Yeah.
But Outlast Trials are multiplayer.
I like multiplayer and horror.
Yeah.
It makes it a little bit less creepy to know that you're around people who can help out.
But can we help out?
Yeah, unless they're all dead too. It's still in the shroud. Right there. I'm not. Okay. Good evening, Everett. Hello, hello. Are we talking about lying? We're talking about being lied to. Although I suppose if you had a good story about you doing the deceiving of somebody else and misleading them for a long period of time, that'd be fine as well. Nico says, got to go back to doing the thing. I'll check in a little bit. Don't get dead. No promises. You're not a Kumu. You can't tell me how to end my life.
But I am your wife, and I can tell you how to not end your life.
My real life, but not IRL.
Wait, what?
I mean, not
You
IG.
Yeah, I was like, wait, that doesn't make any sense.
Everett Topanga just subscribed.
Thank you, Anonymous. Welcome, Everett, to the family of fledglings. I make all of my own emoji by hand. I hope you enjoy. And also, it's been nice having you aboard. So I super respect whomever secret admirer gave you your sub.
Secret.
Okay, what am I making? Oh, right, Shroudwood.
What am I making?
What was I doing? Refined wood.
Even at 17%, this is still super loud.
I'm telling you. I turned it way the heck down. 7's the new 17.
We'll do 7. Oh, 7 sounds great.
Right? It's just perfect in my ears. It's like right where it needs to be. Lost, do you have any good stories about something you believed? Some story you believed from someone for a long time, and then you realized much later on, oh crap, that's not the way the world works.
Oh man, I might have to think about that one.
So, do we have any needs for anything to be collected?
I haven't checked. I would check back at Kelvin and see what's there and what's not.
I mean, realistically, like, yes, I could fill it with random bullshit, but I was wondering if there was anything like you needed, and that's why I asked.
Oh, I don't. So I don't know what I personally need because I left it all on my other server. So personally, I guess what I mean to say is I'm good right now until I go to that other server, grab my inventory, and then look and oh crap, right, I needed that.
Do we need to bring stuff over? I'm sure we can
bring stuff over. What do you mean?
From another server.
Oh, I need to bring stuff over from a personal server because I forgot.
Might as well. Like, we're just starting, you know.
Yeah. Well, for now I'm okay. More space there.
Like, if we need food, we need to go back to the other server that we have.
Yeah.
So that's one example.
I just haven't needed food on this server yet.
Same.
For anything specific.
But on the other server, we have plenty.
This is true. This is true. Thanks to you.
Yeah.
Our
The
provisioner.
resident chef.
Our culinarian.
Still trying to figure out what I'm gonna do with this spot.
Everett says, as a lawyer, lies and the uncovering of lies are a big part of life. I suppose so. Hopefully not like in your career. Like in your line of work, yes. But I would hope not like among your fellows or in the office or in the ways in which you interface with friends and family and all of that. Although, might be hard to hang your hat up and leave all that stuff behind, right? Plant fiber block. We have no plant fiber? I feel like we do. Somewhere.
I hear noms.
I hear noms as well. Oz, are you nomming?
Yeah. Unfortunately, stale cheddar jalapeno Cheetos.
No.
Oh no.
A travesty, truly.
It truly is.
Everett says, that said, outside of my job, I'm not sure anyone has ever personally succeeded in lying to me for a prolonged period of time. Ooh. I like the way you said that. Succeeded. As in, you've been able to, I don't know, by merit of your knowledge in your career path, or just being an astute observer of other people. Or maybe they're just bad at lying. Correct, it's the litigants and witnesses who are lying. Oh, yeah. And hopefully it stays that way most of the time. Alright, let's get some thatching. Hopefully there's no trogdors on this server, because I'm about to make a thatched roof cottage.
Thatched roof cottage. So, question
Oh yeah, I've got your answer right here.
for everyone in chat.
Mhm.
If you were making a floating island
Hmm.
with a structure on it, what would the purpose of that structure be?
As in, why would the island float?
Well, not necessarily, but what would your floating island be, basically?
Oh yeah. I think it would have to be a place for studying occult and forbidden magics or sciences.
I think a combination of the study of occult and magic sciences and the Sentinel.
Sentinel?
Hmm.
Like as in a guardian position?
Yeah.
Okay. I
like
can see
the
that too.
thing, the thing that protects everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I can definitely see that.
You know, because it zots everything from the sky.
Everett says, "Will I get told lies in my personal life, but I feel I'm able to disbelieve most of them. Since Arkansas is landlocked, my purpose would have to be about something that's not near me." Oh, about the floating island. Sorry, I was continuing it on like that was all one thought. I'm like, interesting. How does being landlocked have anything to do with understanding people's lies? And then I realized it does not have anything to do with that.
I think at the speed of eventually, I may need somebody to help me retranslate, like counting everything from above to below.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a lot. At this point, I'm still literally just digging shit out.
Yeah. Yeah, I've gotten pretty good at disbelieving people's lies, but I do feel like I've probably mistrusted people that were trustworthy as a result. I'm a little more on the skeptical side where I don't trust almost anybody. And as a result, I've probably hurt some people's feelings, but if they knew where I was coming from, they'd probably forgive me. Nice. Oh, Lord, it's getting dark. I'm in bed. Yeah, I also feel like most people have one of two ways to tell lies around me too, and that's either about them, in which case I kind of just shrug my shoulders and choose not to necessarily believe or disbelieve in any deep way. I just sort of let it go. They can tell me whatever narrative they have of their life story. Now, if somebody else comes in and contradicts it, now we're in a funny area. But I probably won't take a stance necessarily to believe one side or the other unless, there's real evidence being tossed around. I'm definitely not the person that will grab one person's word over another. I just, if it's word versus word, I'd just rather stay neutral, not get myself involved at all. But if it's a lie about my own life or about something around or involving my life, then I'll usually be much more skeptical and probably try to find, like, do the investigation, try to find the evidence or counter evidence, and like really get myself involved. I like detectivating. Gray, hello, and welcome back. How we doing tonight? We're sharing stories of how we might have been lied to and let that live in our heads for a while before we finally saw the light and found out that it wasn't that way.
Troa says hi, I just subscribed. Oh gosh. Oh geez.
Hey, Troa. Thank you so much for the Prime sub.
Oh gosh. Oh geez.
I know, right? 18 months. That's a... Welcome, Troa. How do we feel about that? That's that's Troa's new intro. Yeah. Kale says, hey, assorted mortals, are you winning? I would say we're very much winning. This place is looking better and better over time. It's just, it's really coming together quite nicely over time. I'm really pleased. Everett says, I've recently been listening to the Behavior Panel YouTube channel, which is for body language experts who assess people's... Oh, it is for body language experts who assess people's truthfulness. It's really interesting. Now, do they assess them on an idiolectical level on their body language? Because I've heard that body language experts have often been accused of conflating certain people's tics and mannerisms as sort of like a gold standard, and then we've since found out, correct me if I'm wrong, that people really have their own hidden tics that you can see if you analyze them over a body of work. Like, they're on camera a lot, so you get to see what's right and what's wrong, and you know certain things were verified externally or not, but that you can't use somebody's crossed arms to explain somebody else's crossed arms, right? Troa, I would say it was pretty neat too. I enjoyed testing it. I had a lot of fun putting that together, and I think it's one of my favorite intros, to be honest. Looking up definition of idiolectical. So lect just means like language or lexicon, right? Like somebody's own personal, or I mean, lect just means language or communication of ideas, right? Idio would be, you know, endemic to the self. So if somebody had just a way of talking that was really strange compared to everybody else, nobody uses those mannerisms and that particular word order or whatever, you might say that person has a real idiolectical way of speaking.
Would you say, like, when I say I have to itch it instead of I have to scratch it, it's kind of a weird idiolect?
I think that's more of a sociolect. I've heard it external to you as well. I've heard other people say itch instead of scratch, because it's a confusing like combo, you know, like when you're little kids and you're looking at the letters B and D and you're like, wow, those two, it's a circle with like a long pole up against it for both of them, and the only difference is which side of the pole is the circle on. It's kind of easy to get lost in that.
Until somebody draws a bed for you.
Until somebody writes the word bed and draws a bed out of it. Yes, this is true.
That is, I used to screw up the letters, so yeah. That's how my first grade teacher finally made it click for me. I was like, oh!
What's wrong, Doug?
Nothing, no, hey.
Wow, everybody.
I'm right as the mail.
Well, to me.
Welcome. Let's see. Tro says, I wasn't sure if you'd do full screen with it, but it turned out a lot better than I initially thought. I was going to do something that was more in line with everybody else's, but yours with the alpha effect looked better full screen. So that's how I left it. Jam has redeemed a triple self-care. Please, everybody who is in Discord, I encourage you to hydrate, stretch, and posture check.
I mean, I would, except for Jam is not my real dad.
Wow. Jam is more your dad than...
No. I am dad.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
Doubled too.
It's true. Oz is everybody's dad. That's how it works. Sorry, Jam. Oz says no. But I will do your triple self-care. Kit says, crossed arms because 1, angry, 2, insecure, 3, trying to hide the fact that the bra is off. Yeah, I'm the sort that crosses my arms because it stops them from finding unusual
shit
ways.
To, like...
Yeah, I either like put them on my hips or like in my pockets or fidget with something, or I wring my hands together, or I pick at cuticles or whatever. If they're crossed, they're just kind of in a chill way. And I'm not trying to be defensive. It's not my defensive stance. It's just
my I don't know what to do with my arms stance.
Yeah, at that point I'm in a comfort area. I need fireflies again.
Want me to go get fireflies?
Did you say fireflies?
Shut up.
That's what I heard.
I heard it too.
I mean, if I get enough of them and I just give you a sampling of each, would it be a fireflight?
Yes, I'd like to try different fireflies from around the world.
Fi or flight?
I see what you did there. Tro says, an interesting take on the lie topic. When I was living in San Diego, it was common for the gay guys you'd meet at the bar to use a pseudonym if they were in the military. Oh, due to don't ask, don't tell. Yeah, that makes sense. There are situations where people were thrown out of service because someone took a photo of a license plate there. So there was cause and it was just generally accepted, which is like, it's so rude. They're already putting their life on their line for you, and now you're going to like...
You're going to be that dick?
Yeah. Do you really want to mess with the future security of your country because you're going to be petty? Like, come on. Let people be people. Fireflies, right? That's what I was going to go try and find. Oh yeah, basically can't do that when it's daytime, can you?
No, but I can go out and find fireflies for you if you would like once it is nighttime.
Yeah, we can do it at night.
You can still get them at daytime, but
I know
it's
it's just such an
impossible.
uphill battle. Yeah. The fidget arm cross. Yeah, if my arms are crossed, I don't fidget. And if I don't fidget, I look like I'm less nervous. Even though I don't fidget out of nerves, I fidget because... The number one reason I fidget is because people talk too slow for me. And it's me trying to keep myself occupied with literally anything while I wait for the last words of their sentence to finish manifesting.
Like, it's not even that I'm waiting to talk like some people do. It's that I'm just waiting for you to be done.
Yeah. I like conversation. I like listening to people talk. So it's not me trying to be like, oh, I'm so impatient and I can't listen to you, sort of thing. I think too.
Would love for people to get to it.
Yeah, I think too fast for the pace of most people's the way they synthesize the words out of the mouth.
Well, for one thing.
Okay, so anyway.
I'd like to say that I think I talk pretty fast.
Okay, so Kit says, I sway, cannot stand still for anything. I've done swaying mostly because of raising babies. So my body sometimes will just randomly sway like I'm still holding a baby.
Even though they are very, very, very not babies anymore.
I was swaying the little today and she seemed cool with it.
Yeah, but she was also a shreepy.
Yeah, she was not high on life today. Everett says the behavior panel strongly emphasizes the need to compare an instance of a person's behavior to that person's other behavior. Perfect. That's exactly how I understand it to be. Yeah. A lie is only detectable when it creates departure from regular behavior. Exactly. Lady Nico, hi guys, I don't feel well, so I'm just gonna watch tonight. Understandable. Please get your self-care in. I hope whatever you need, you are doing it. hot tea, soup, feet up, comfy fuzzy things all around you. Do what you gotta
Cat
do.
cuddles.
Cat cuddles, yes, please. Kit says, when my husband was in the military, one of the guys who was gay had to refer to his partner as Stephanie instead of Steven if asked.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, it's not only there, too. I mean, historically, a lot of that sort of twisting and like verbal dance was done, right?
Yeah.
I did an interesting linguistic study in cants, which cants are usually not as different from a language as to be a dialect, but they are like a subset of commonly used words used differently to sneak in meanings to deliberately keep yourself hidden from other people. Most people who've played fantasy games know that there's like a thieves' cant, which is based on a real world thieves' cant, where if you were a thief and you wanted to talk to other thieves about stuff, you could use all of these weird code words. It would just sound like normal conversation, but if anybody else was a thief, they'd be like, oh, I know what you just said. And there definitely was a gay culture cant in the UK in the 1960s, and a lot of it revolved around just substituting normal average words to explain things that would otherwise immediately out you. And there was a lot of feminizing of names and using she, her pronouns instead, like that kind of stuff to sort of keep yourself under the radar. Bad headache. I have a gel face mask, popped meds, and Tiger Balm. You know how to do it right. Sounds good. Okay, what else am I doing for this? Oh, maybe like a crappy fireplace and like a crappy end table. Maybe a mug? What does this guy want? 5 mugs? I didn't really want to make 5 wooden mugs, but I'm making 5 wooden mugs. There is no build limit on a server, is there? Like item limit?
I don't think so.
Not that I've noticed.
Sure hope not. I make this place too small for this. In this orientation, anyway. Let's put the fireplace over there. We'll stick this over on this side. How close to a fireplace do you think a mattress can be without being incredibly hot? Just depends on how cold it gets at night where you live. If it gets really awful, just stick your feet right in the flames. I think I should probably make some kind of a some kind of a chimney, I guess. Just a really lame one. Tara, good morning. Is it? It's not morning where you are. Depends on what the mattress is wearing. This mattress is wearing bad sheet over hay, it looks like, basically. Just almost nothing at all. Feels like I'm wearing
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
2. There we go. This place looks sad.
It's a random pile of bones that just appeared.
That appeared?
On my staircase, there's a pile of bones.
Ooh, creepy.
Really weird.
Are you having that floating block glitch?
No. No, I was putting some blocks up, and then all of a sudden, a pile of bones appeared.
There are some blocks that do make bones. Oh yeah. I use the same block in my home too. And yeah, some of it's just bony for whatever reason. Just random human bones. Hi.
Mm-hmm.
It's not morning here, but it's morning somewhere. True. I've taken to introducing my streams instead of saying good evening or whatever. I say, what, happy time zone or something like that.
Good
So
time
we
of
don't-
day.
We don't really have sandstone.
Hmm.
So I think I'm gonna go out and collect some of that.
Okay. How much day do we have? We have a lot of day left.
Shit.
Maybe I'll do some work on the outside. Make this place pretty. All right, we're gonna do a bridge here, weren't we? I feel like I want my building blocks. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab them. Our topic tonight, for those of you who choose to accept it, is share a story of how you were lied to by an institution, family, friends, school, work, and how you were finally brought into enlightenment that that was not the case, that they were wrong. Let's see, all of you.
I have a sweet tooth.
Uh-oh. Do you have candy?
No.
Oh. What about your sour candies? Or are those not
It's not really like a.
not the
treat. I
not
just-
your jam?
It's not really something I just sit here and pop in my mouth. Like,
Yeah.
eh.
Well, if you don't want your sour candies, then
I mean, they're more like a channel redemption than something I just snack on.
That's fair.
you know I'd be glad to take the sour candies off your hands. You know.
Right. Bite you.
Oh my. You said you're low on sandstone?
Yeah.
Bring some over.
Well, I mean, I'm out and about, gonna go collect some right now, so.
Yeah. I just mean I also happen to be sitting on some, so might as well. I'll take some of this too. Cool. Be right back. I mean, my entire childhood is a story, but not a short one. I'll be here for 3.25 hours. Kid says I'll skip the religious trauma and purity culture of the 90s propaganda and go with finding out my dad was not my bio dad. Wait, finding out? Were they not forthright about that fact? What happened there? Troy, you got auto-modded. Wait a second. Wait a second. I don't even see it.
I don't see it either, or else I would have done something.
Unless, do you mean on somebody else's server? Somebody have some unfair rules. Everett says, when I think of institutional lying, I mostly think of commercial advertising, particularly about toys when I was a kid. I mean, there is a reason why they had to really like slam down on children's programming at some point. It was getting bad.
Yeah, the era of like Ren and Stimpy.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. That was my jam.
Yeah, but that was definitely not a kid's show.
Nope.
No. I think the biggest lie I remember about commercial advertising. All right, we never did this. Came in the form of food, though, when I was growing up. Like, they never showed food like it actually was when you got it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they still don't really. What they like, half of the food that you see on menu boards is like literally not even food.
Right.
It's like plastic amalgamations or like micro crafted.
Yeah.
It's true. I've seen how they craft that kind of food.
It's pretty
or like
gross.
the
Make it
never
look
melting ice
really,
cream.
really good.
Mm-hmm. Kid says, not all forthright. I was in 7th grade when I learned they had to use a sperm donor. Oh.
Oh wow.
I guess that's a little different than most people that learn like they were adopted or something like that. That's feel like knowing about your parental methodology of conception is, I guess, a little bit more understandable. They keep certain things private. Tro says, I DM'd a screenshot in Discord. I'm pretty sure I know what I did, but I have no shame. All right.
Oh, Denny and IHOP are the worst.
Oh, yeah. That stuff's nasty. Tara says, glue and motor oil under CO2. Yeah, pretty much. Let's do... Let's do one.
Fucking troll. Yeah. Ah!
You alright? You gonna be
I
okay?
feel like I'm being unborn.
What? What is going on with you?
I dug a diagonal hole up through a pillar of sandstone and sand,
Mm-hmm.
but then I fell into that and I proceeded to slide backwards down the diagonal hole, and I was like, I'm watching the world disappear in a slightly pinkish tunnel.
Oh my. Pinkish tunnel.
Pinkish tunnel. Being unborn. Pinkish, 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 pinkish tunnel. And die.
Come on, squirrely UI. This kid says, with sperm donations in the 80s, there's zero background. Wow, that seems so weird. I found a half-sister through a genetics DNA company. Our parents were told vastly different things about the donor's ethnicity and background information. Wild. That's a really weird thing to have to learn at some point in your life. Almost doesn't matter how old or young you might be. Let's see how this looks, how this turns out. Yeah, you know what? That's not bad. That's not bad. The real question is, does it feel cramped going underneath? And I feel like the answer is no. I think that's pretty good. Even if they introduce mounts later on. I'm kind of thinking about that in terms of how high overpasses and underpasses for different areas might look. Is if you happen to be on a horse, not that they're here, but if they ever introduce them, it might severely impact the way the roads end up being later on down the line. Tara says, I guess at least it wasn't that your mom was cheating and your dad didn't even know. Ooh, yeah. There are way worse things, I suppose, that could happen. Robot, hello. Evil Robot says, hello.
Ew.
I'm Evil Robot. Thank you.
Uh-huh. I don't want that shit in here.
We only like robots that are evil.
Mm-hmm.
Evil Robot, we're sharing family, friends, school, work, big lies that you believed for a while, and then you hit a point of enlightenment. You've learned otherwise. Kit says the current legal situation being fought is that donor-conceived persons should have access to the records because a contract cannot be legally binding with a person not even born yet. That makes sense to me. Also, with the things that we know now about genetics, like, wouldn't you kind of want to know predispositions, like history? You know, when somebody asks you about your family history as a physician, how are you supposed to answer that in an informed fashion unless you've been privy to everything that your parents have been in? And parents don't always act in the best faith of curation of their kids and their records and their knowledge. So I think it does have to be that that the child themselves has access to that kind of truth at some point.
Not only that, there is a number of diseases that you wouldn't even know that you have that are locked away in your genetic code that don't unlock until you're in like your 40s or 50s.
Right.
And they are definitively and always on telomeres. They will always present themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And now that we're understanding a great deal more, because it's like if you donate sperm in like your 20s, like, they probably don't continue to follow you to decide, like, hey, is this guy still a viable option?
Right. It's getting to be prime Firefly season. Or, I mean, time. Not season.
I hate to bounce out so soon, but I'm just getting a little worn thin.
Just before it's time to gather the
Fireflies.
No. Listen to me. I'm gonna hop out of Discord. I will gather fireflies with you.
That's fair. I was
Unbelievable.
I was just giving you crap.
Yeah, well, eat my dick.
Thanks, Oz. Appreciate your face.
Appreciate your faces. Love you guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
Oh, it's getting dark quick. Yikes. Better get a move on. Let's see. Everett says, I watched lots of TV ads for Eliminator TX7, which was this amazing versatile super weapon. What? I asked for it and received it for Christmas. It ended up being this plastic thing that broke the same day. Ugh. Womp womp. What was the lie before you learned the truth? Was he saying he was your biological father? Oh, that I was half of his DNA. Yeah. I don't know. My mom emailed me to let me know she'd been diagnosed with uterine cancer for my medical records. Important to know. Good to know. Did we make a shrine to the vegan god? No, not yet. Not yet. But soon. Soon. Crap. Poop. It's so dark that I can't even see what I'm running into, and I just smashed into nothingness. They had done a hysterectomy, all wrapped up. She was just adding medical info. Ah, gotcha. Where is my corpse? Which is fine, because I don't have any particular affection for her. Neither do the rest of us. This whole chat is behind you, Tara. Just kidding. That's a weird claim for me to make. I do not implicate all of you in that way. Did he ever say why he lied? Oh, that's a good question. Emasculating not to be able to produce a child. That's such a weird version of masculinity. I've always thought it was so weird to hear people define what it means to be a man and then run across all of these things that couldn't possibly include all of all members of your gender, like being able to procreate. Like, oh cool, so you're just gonna, like, you feeling that way about yourself, you also then are implicating everybody else that can't have kids or chooses not to have kids as also being less than a man. Not necessarily that somebody feels that way about other people when they feel that way about themselves. I know a lot of people feel more negatively about themselves than when pressed to form an opinion about others. Like, oh, my house is like super filthy and it's a mess and I'm really bad at housekeeping. And then you go over to somebody else's house who's equally a wreck and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, it's a mess. And you're like, oh, no. You're fine. You're fine. You should see my place. When, you know, really you both are slobs. This guy just keeps chasing me. I have an AoE effect. That's how that just happened. I stand behind Nickelback. As well you should, Evil Robot. Aren't you made of nickel? So, naturally. I mean, you were the first Nickelback, because your back's made of its stuff. Sorry, that was a really low-level joke. I don't like people lurking around behind me anyway. It's creepy. True. I 100% advocate for telling kids their origins from the beginning. Adoption, donation, however your family comes together. Hiding things makes it feel shameful. Like you were shameful. Oh, yeah. Especially if you find out later on that you were different in a way that you perceived somebody else as being different. And you realize that in actuality, you know, you were part of their tribe as opposed to being like a normie. You could have enjoyed the comfort and solace of knowing other people that were in sort of your same state, but instead you were lied to about just being regular when you weren't. I, for one, welcome our AI overlords. Won't you be among them? Wait, hang on. My ex thought it was emasculating to shave off or otherwise remove pubic hair. That doesn't even make sense. Pubic hair is just like a... What's the word I'm looking for? It is a functional design, you know? Like, it's there to, what, protect us from the elements. So if we're out wading in bacteria, or not bacteria, but like symbiote infested water, we don't want parasites. You're digging through the dirt for your next meal, foraging for your family. You don't want your sensitive bits exposed. But if you're getting yourself like caught up, like you're becoming a nuisance to actually having intimacy, chop it off. It is lived your ancestors' usefulness, and now you must choose a different path for your own modern day usefulness. Do something different. It's so funny. Don't get me started. Saw some lovely story on Twitter about some guy who liked this girl and wanted her to notice him by adding that extra cream to her coffee cups often. How is that a masculinity, man? It's a hell of a drug. I identify as male and I can't understand it. Wait, is this thing not a flame shrine? What is in this? Or is there nothing in this? Oh. There's nothing in this. Like, okay for women, but demeaning for men. I think it's because there was such a societal standard for the longest time that men had hair and women didn't have any hair. Both of which are absolutely ridiculous. Like, if hair bothers you, like, if I'm hot during the summer, do I want to go, like, full Yeti, or do I want to be, like, cleanly shorn and enjoying the summer weather with a lighter body temperature? Lower body temperature. I don't know where my brain just went right there. Obviously.
I went with the longer hair at one point. Ended up hating it.
Yeah, I mean,
Cut it back off.
given the part of the country where you and I live, it's like certain things just make more sense to live in your environment. Just like I like 3-piece suits, but am I going to wear one in the summer? Thank you for that. Not here. You know, maybe there are certain places in this country where that's acceptable, and that you won't actually sweat yourself to death and feel absolutely miserable for what you just decided to do with your body.
The rush has arrived.
Hello, Rush. Hang on, I'm catching up with a lot of back chat here. Lady Nico says, unearthed a whole bunch of fun stories of guys putting that stuff somewhere or on some... Oh, I just thought he was being kind by giving her like a lighter beverage. I see what you mean. That's absolutely illegal, actually. There's a law against that. should go through the legal process to for anybody that dares do that kind of thing to somebody else's food or drink. Why can I not get my... There we go. I want all my stuff back. Yeah, that's really disgusting. Amongst other metals, what besides nickel, what else are you made of, robot? One guy decided to polish the woman's desk. Lady Nico.
Nico 86 just subscribed.
Well, hello, Anon. Thank you very much for giving our favorite... Oh.
Rushdale just subscribed.
Whomst. The whomst is Anon. It is an Anon. That is all we can know. Thank you very much. Lady Nico and Rush are both pillars to this community, and we super appreciate you. please enjoy all of the unlocked perks, including perks that Twitch can't give you, that I have programmed into my streamer bot, like your own personal welcome at the beginning of every stream. Whenever you join, that is. It doesn't happen while you're not here. That would be really sad. Okay, let me stop for a moment and catch up with everybody here. One guy decided to polish the woman's desk and used her hair scrunchie to clean it up. Oh my god, why?
Inconceivable!
Hair crunchy, you mean? Yeah, that's super inconceivable. That's, yeah, somebody who deserves to be in prison, frankly. My half-sister went on to go through a sperm bank when she reached 37 and had 0 prospects for a partner. She has a 2-year-old now and is so happy. Well, that's fantastic. There are so many different ways that you can family plan now. The push to have to live in a very specific regimented way or make certain decisions about how you're going to live your personal life. I'm so glad that we're bouncing out of that. Not that those aren't viable for some people, but what I prefer is just choice, you know? Like, I would never go to a restaurant with a menu that was just you ate whatever they made for you. Unless it was, like, predetermined that I knew they would stay within my specific dietary regimen. But even then, it's like, I prefer choice. You know, I don't like being told exactly how to live my life. Whether it's the dinner table or who I choose to have as a partner and how I procreate. I have a completely separate theory as to why some guys like women with no hair, but yeah, that's going to danger zone stuff. I mean, if you just think about it in terms of a basic theory of reproductive capacity, well, external to our modern culture, I get that there's like a biological narrative that your body wants to tell you about what ages are appropriate for what. But there's also, since then, like a very rich societal and cultural tapestry that I think if you ignore that and you don't overlay that on top of your biological urges, you're confused and empty. There's something missing there. You know, it's a handshake and a legend and a story passed down from generations that made us where we are today. You can't just ignore that kind of stuff. Thank you for the lovely modding, Rush. I appreciate your face. He says also, hello, Damien, Los, Nico. Lady Nico is not in Discord, but she is in chat. Yes. It's scarily very common. Yeah, hang them all. Or imprison them, or I don't know. Do something with them. Get rid of them all. Rush says, an anonymous gifter, show yourself, coward. Not feeling well, so taking it slow tonight. Thank you very much for the fireflies. We're up to a pretty good amount. Now I can actually make some good stuff with this. 51 fireflies. Oh, wow. Oh, you've got a lot more than I do. Please enjoy whatever you make with them. I've got enough to make what I wanted to do. So you can either hang on to yours or stick them with everybody else's. Oh, in my inventory? I didn't even see that. Where'd they go? Oh, I see them up there now. I should just sort. Also, where can I get these? Let's get rid of that stuff. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right. Let's make some illumination. We just want a lamp in the room? Probably. Hair removal from everywhere, but the head has been advertised as being cleaner. I mean, if you don't know how to wash, I guess. If you just stand in the shower and let water run over you, then sure, by all means, do whatever you need to do to your monkey body to make yourself less nasty. I prefer just to actually, you know, scrub my body. Is that weird? Is it weird to scrub yourself in the shower? I don't know. Call me newfangled, I guess. Up your nose with a rubber hose. Haven't heard that in a long time. 99 fireflies. Is that how you say firefly in German? It's the same word for both.
No.
I don't remember if I ever learned how to say that word, and as many languages as I speak, now I'm trying to think, did I ever learn how to say firefly in any of them? I know how to say it in Mandarin, actually, but I don't know if...
Feuerflug? I don't know.
Sure.
Feuerflug sounds right in German.
Sure. I'll take your word. That's too high up. There? Does that look down? It includes a little bit of the fire, but not bad. Let's find out real quick. Translate. German fell off because I was looking at other words and other languages. It's Glühwürmchen. So, like a glowworm, I guess.
Oh.
Which is not, I mean, there are glowworms too, which are not the same sort of creature, right?
I like Feuerflugen.
I like your answer better too. Let's see if this sticks out of the roof and I can just do something with that. Yes, I can do something with this. I'll just fake it. It's pretty good. Good enough. If this place were meant to look good, then it wouldn't be this style. Cleaner from the head as well. Historically, most ancient Egyptians shaved everything, including their heads. I mean, there used to be an era where we didn't really know what to do with lice, right? So you went around and shaved your head, you probably did yourself a solid. You just didn't bother with it. But yes, soap is my friend. I care very much about personal hygiene. I have a strong sense of smell. And so I think for that, I'm harder on myself than anybody else could possibly be. So I don't think I've ever been addressed by somebody to be like, whoa, woof, like you need a shower. You needed a shower like a day or two ago. Now, if I'm just like coming home from sports or doing something in the yard, like hard work or whatever, then sure, yeah, you could tell me I'm smelly, but I probably know. I probably know. Does Germany have fireflies? That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's just a word they brought over. Other than importing firefly, that is pretty common to do too. Is just use the. Oh, I messed this one up.
I mean, that is a great show. That was a great show.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for season 2 to come out.
Unfortunately, never gonna happen.
What? Don't say that.
Never gonna happen.
I'm still.
But I would love for
I'm
it to.
still holding out. Any moment now.
There is serenity, though.
I know. I'm just kidding. It's common mimetic thing to say. Is such a great show. Can't wait for season 2.
Yeah. If only.
Tara said, I stopped learning German when I got to the tables. Trying to learn all of your masculine, feminine, and neuter. It's challenging. It's challenging. It's one of those things it's hard to explain. Why languages do that sort of thing. English did it too for a long time. We had cases in our nouns and yeah, some of that kind of stuff. Some of it still lingers, but German has a lot more older structure things than English does. It is hard to learn, unless you have people you can speak it with. My smell, taste, hearing are all really good to counterbalance my roomie entirely lacking a sense of smell. Ugh. I could imagine that having some dangerous side effects. He gets to scoop the kitty litter. Well, then there you go. As long as you're holding him accountable for what you can and can't do. It's because the same 4 articles get reused randomly all over. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that people don't perceive correctly as a speaker of a language like English that doesn't really have gendered words to speak of. When you think of gender in terms of like Spanish or German or whatever, you think, oh, gender. So like everything is female or masculine or whatever. Like, let's just stick with that with Spanish, for example, because Spanish, you know, it's either feminine or masculine with the word. And so you think, okay, well, I know how this works out in my head. So, you know, you think about the things that are more masculine or more effeminate, and you think you understand sort of where that ideology came from, but it's not what you think. It really is just sort of very randomized. When it comes to inanimate objects, nobody's looking at something and saying, oh yeah, I've determined that there are more feminine qualities to this thing, and therefore it deserves a feminine word. Not at all.
Like La Luna.
Like La Luna. Well, that one has a lot of historical precedents and cultures of the moon being perceived as more female. But let's talk about La Barba, which means beard. It's female. The word is female. It just is. Or let's talk about the word dress. El vestido is masculine. No.
Maybe dude likes to wear a dress. I don't know.
Maybe dude does. There's no specific explanation as to why things are exactly the way that they are. Just happens to be. Most of it just comes down to rote memorization. A whole bunch of stuff here that I don't really want to hang on to. I didn't realize I'd put so many things in my chest at home. And I also have a whole bunch of fireflies. Feel so dumb. Here I was gathering a bunch for no good reason. Everett says, I've grown tired of this recent trend of bring the band back together of old shows. Oh, yeah. When I say I'm waiting for a season 2, I really do not want to see the same cast come back again and redo Firefly. If they had other stories they'd like to do in that same universe, there's a lot of thought and care put into the universe of Firefly. It'd be neat to see more of it sort of sussed out. But not.
Yeah,
the same
I
story.
don't know if I'd really want to see like a return of Firefly. Like if there was a second season naturally before, then that would have been fucking phenomenal. But to have like a rebirth of another season, that it would be weird.
Probably wouldn't be interested myself. Firefly was great and can remain a closed canon. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Oh no, I got the gendered structure fine, just taking a masculine noun, but when it's genitive, it becomes feminine. Oh, but you use the neuter article? Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, so with rules like that, you can, I hate to say this, you can ignore them and you just come off as a foreigner. So your rule set in your head might just be like, oh, I'm just going to take the easy way out and not. And sure, you will sound much less authentically German, but if you're not an authentic native German speaker, it's probably okay that you don't go there. You know what I mean? This. What did I say? What else was I looking for? Did I have palmwood? Did I not grab palmwood? I don't even see it in my chest either. Bummer. I mean, palmwood's easy to grab. Just annoying to keep farming for the same stuff. Or the neuter article becomes a feminine article if it's dative, but only with certain other conditions. Yeah, I mean, hey, there's a reason why English dropped all this stuff eventually. There are plenty of other languages that still do a lot of these causes for nouns too. Finnish, my family's native language, definitely has it, although it's all agglutinative, so it's a little bit easier. Kind of. Finnish is definitely not an easy language. Russian too. Yeah. We had mentioned plans for a second season, and I hope he was trolling. It would have featured Inara being raped by a ship full of reavers. Sure. That sounds like Whedon these days. Late career Whedon's definitely lost a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Clout. Nails. No metal scraps. Where are we? Are we out of metal scraps? One metal scrap. We might be out of metal scraps. That's one thing I didn't check my chest for over here.
I agree with Magna Lupus.
Oh, yeah, let me catch up real quick. My German teacher would not have been up for that. I mean, German teachers' point is to make you sound authentic. They don't teach based on linguistics. They teach based on, you know, getting you to some level of perfection that's not necessary to live in the country. I've always disagreed with foreign language teachers for not prioritizing fluency of cultural connection first. It just, the way that they teach often makes very little logical sense. Unless you were going for, you know, some sort of strictly academic understanding of a language, or trying to reach fluency for clout, I guess. Even then, I don't know. It's a long play for little payoff comparatively, when you could just get yourself there and probably learn way faster. There could be a genuine next generation in the Firefly universe, that's fine. However, I don't need to see a 41-year-old Jewel State working away in the engine room and complaining about not having a boyfriend. I mean, so by 41, hopefully she has somebody. Given that that's what she wants. Sorry, if not.
If not, then well, I'm here.
There you go. Lost is ready to be part of the next season of Firefly.
That's right.
In the engine room, if you know what I mean. It's probably for the best Firefly stays done. I think I agree. Magnus says, everything they lied about everything. Spill the tea. You're here. You're in a safe space. Connect up. Let's talk about what you were fed. What soft serve did they pour into your cup and then it all melted away? one that surprises me that I heard a lot from my sister growing up is she used to complain so much about how people at her work would not work hard and they'd get paid so much more. And she thought that was so unfair and so wrong. How could that happen? How could her bosses let that stand? And I wasn't even necessarily in the workforce before I realized, like, she got fed some sort of weird, wrong rule about employment. The idea that what you do on the clock is actually keenly being watched. Somebody's really taking in your efforts, and that they will use your merits in some way to justify what you get paid and how you get promoted. And that everybody else, that it'll happen to them too. And maybe just in her case, she got like a bad employer where they weren't doing what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be looking out for your good workers and punishing the people who are not producing as much work. There's a part of me that feels like she still thinks that way. And I'm like, you need to either, you know, find an employer where you can play the game, or I don't know how you would find somebody that would actually care about your merits, but maybe you just need to take it easy and not work so hard. I don't feel like any of her former employers really cared about the merits of your productivity. The only thing that people do for every job I've ever worked at, the only thing I've ever seen employers do as far as productivity goes is if they think you're really, really highly productive, they'll do whatever they can to keep your nose to that grindstone and keep you busy. They're not really there to, like, you know, make you a manager. They're there to keep you in that spot where you're still producing.
Exactly.
Magnus says, pick a topic and I'll tell you the lies. Oh, wow. Talk about finance, where you lied to about how your money was going to work out when you became a self-sustaining adult. Just curious. Silvo says, I've oddly not been lied to much about growing up. Oh, wow. You had some trustworthy authority figures in your life. One of the big ones was people telling me weed would be the undoing of society because it was so bad for you. I think if weed was so bad for everybody, we would have long since banned alcohol, right? Like, just a clear, quick comparative between the two makes it really obvious that we're just kind of a selective society about what sort of drugs we keep around. And that is such a weird, like, stupid narrative. Like, oh yeah, let's really demonize something that's not nearly as dangerous as the stuff that causes so much DUIs and teenagers getting into big trouble. I'd really rather just have, if I'm not asking for any one particular scenario to play out with my kids when they become teenagers, but if I had to choose between, you know, driving recklessly and maybe not having proper relations with chosen partners because their inhibitions were down, all that sort of thing, or they were just like down and out on the couch and watching Adult Swim for hours. I think the choice would be clear in my head what I would want for them. Let's see. Tara says, mate, if companies work like that, I would have been paid way better at the store. Right? You and me both. Magnus says, I have an unrelated question. Why is there a photo of Freddie Mercury on your stream? That is Lost. He is the new Freddie Mercury for the band called New Queen. Have you heard of New Queen before? They are.
I realized I looked like Freddie Mercury. I appreciate the compliment.
That's an awesome compliment. I think. Well, you know, you're just kind of tiny and up there, and so you know, people can squint and make whatever they want to make out of their profile picture. Lady Nico says it was a racist thing, the banning of weed. I've definitely heard some of those leaked conversations, like with Nixon. It's just absolutely crazy. And the whole war on drugs thing, you know, obviously made the CIA richer. So there's that. At least it gave some people something to resell. Good for them. Troa says that didn't go over well. Yeah. Tara says if Walmart decides they're not getting enough out of you, they'll write you up for a lack of productivity. But if you do the jobs of 3 people, they just tell you, you better keep doing it. That's what I'm saying. That's why so many people have learned, long since learned, to like keep their productivity down. Like actually do less work. We see it all over the place around here. Like a lot of the stores and different places we go to, you could just kind of tell people aren't, it's not like they hate their jobs necessarily, but they're not incentivized to like really work extra hard when it just means that their boss is going to say like, oh, this is what you're capable of. Okay, well, we'll keep giving you this amount of work. But they're not like going to pay you for all that extra productivity to get out of you. Tro says the 20s were fun, though, theoretically. Like the roaring 20s? Silvo says, I've been lied about more so than lied to, which is the opposite of how I imagined the real world was. That might be kind of an interesting side of things, too, is like how much of your life do you feel like you were the part of of somebody else's narrative, like things got twisted and you were some sort of a scapegoat to it too. That can also be a weird angle. I've definitely been scapegoated before, and when that happens, like I get evidency. Which is the merit of being somebody who has been a technophile as long as I have no qualms about just leaking private conversations, screenshotting, dumping entire threads so that the whole context is there. Like I'll out anybody if it feels like I've been threatened or damaged in some way. I didn't take a hard enough stance when I was younger, and I suffered and lost a lot of relationships that way. And I decided it's not worth me trying to protect somebody who is not trying to protect me anymore, who's like actively engaged in harming me, to try to just play nice and just let bygones be bygones. I'd rather be defensive. Silva says, I was thinking the same thing, Magna, but I saw the picture light up when Lost talked, so I tried to put 2 and 2 together. I mean, assuming that's Lost talking. Maybe it's new Freddy.
Could be.
Could be. Lady Nico says, goes back further than that. Don't smoke weed. Your lady folk will want to sleep with non-white men. Oh, dear. They don't want to work hard because they don't get rewarded for it. True. Yeah. If we were a real meritocracy, then you'd see actual productivity rates, I think, go a lot higher. And, I mean, they're already going so high. Maybe that's why employers aren't so keen on putting in the extra reward when they feel like, oh, we're doing okay as it is already. Yeah, most people get punished for being more productive. Kid says brother-in-law didn't get bonus this year because the branch manager donated it. Manager got his bonus, though, because it was in the CEO fund, not in the workers fund. Wow. That's a quick way to lose one of 2 things. Either lose your good workers or lose their loyalty, and they just start, like, doing other stuff with their time, like being less productive or gaining another skill set. Or I've heard a lot of people, especially people who do work from home, just get another job and do like 2 jobs at the same time if they can get away with it. You're playing with a powder keg if you start screwing around with people like that. I'm not paid enough to care about this was common to hear. Oh yeah, 100%. I definitely felt that way. There was a time when a couple jobs ago, I was being asked to do all sorts of things that were well outside of my department, well outside of my wheelhouse. And I was like, I'd absolutely be willing to do that kind of stuff for you guys. You know, I just want to be transparent about, like, if you're asking for these extra responsibilities, you know, I'd want my role to be commensurate to the whole of what you're asking for. And I stopped getting asked to do stuff. Like, they knew I wasn't the person. They probably just went off to somebody else until they found a worker who would say yes, which sucks. I've always been the scapegoat, says Lady Nico. Tara says, anytime I try to engage a paper trail, I was hand slapped. Interesting. I wonder if there are some sort of laws that could protect you in that sort of way. Everett says, I'm estranged from a chunk of my family because one of them reinvested himself, which required... Oh, reinvented? Which required him to lie about the whole family history. I didn't tolerate it and left. Yeah. Anybody who's wanting to make like that kind of an overhaul and it affects you, your family, like everyone, that's not cool. I super don't blame you. Lady Nico says the big corporations cried about needing tax cuts to take better care of their workers, but then they turn around and do buybacks, and there's no real way to deal with it. Not yet, but I mean, I think we're getting to a place where your proletariat starts to feel more and more like guillotines are going back in style. Or just leaving the country and going to find some place where there are more worker protections built into the system. The government went after worker protections. It's why they get away with it more. Yeah. And government's incentivized by the people who lobby for them, right? Sister-in-law worked for the same doctor's office for 15 years. They begged and pleaded with her to come back to work after triplets were born. Oh my gosh. Come on. Then they hired someone to take her place with less qualifications than her, but paid them triple her wage. Yeah, I don't blame her for never going back. Absolutely. That sort of stuff is like, it's even more dangerous now because it's so easy to take somebody to social media. I just be like, you know what? I'm willing to say certain things about certain employers, especially if it's like not necessarily gonna burn your bridge or you get into like your next good career first. You get comfy, you get good clout with your new position, and then you're like, okay, now that we're here, I'm going to say something about what happened with my former employer and just out them. Just actually say who did this to you and what they did, and make sure that everybody else knows very clearly what's going wrong with the workplace culture, with those people that think they can get away with it. We don't have that kind of anonymity anymore like we used to. Tara says, I realized a few days ago, according to Star Trek lore, the Bell riots happen this fall. I think that's really you think we can get that all together by fall? Maybe. I can link you to if nobody besides me knows what that is. We might have some Trekkies in chat. I am not caught up on a lot of sci-fi lore. I don't even know sci-fi lore to the sci-fi stuff that I liked the most. It's I'm just not a fandom sort of person, I guess I should say. Yeah, that timeline branched off from ours right away. Bell riots and a presidential election? Sure, why not? Okay, I came here with metal for a reason. What was I making? Oh, yeah. tables. Thanks, guys. You've thoroughly distracted me from doing what I came here to do, which is awesome. That means the conversation's good.
Now get out.
Kermit Flail. The riots were the first few days of September, so they'd be pre-election. Interesting. Oh, crap. I'm out of lapis.
One block at a time.
I know I have lapis on my other server, but I want to keep bouncing back and forth. No lapis. Nah, it's fine. I'll stick with one for the time being. Kit says it's something to look forward to. We'll see. I think no matter which way this election pans out, we're probably bound to see riots. It's not bad. It's not loaded all the way. Oh, there it is. That's how it looks. That's pretty nice. I like the sheen. Lost, have you seen the luminous block since it's been fixed?
Oh, I have not.
It actually does more than just not do green light anymore. The light coming off of it is so much more regular. It's smoother everywhere. It doesn't have weird patches where it's interacting with the blocks around it in bad ways. At least for my region, for my lobby or main hall, everything looks a lot better lit.
Ow.
Don't
Almost
die.
died.
Don't die. Don't do it. Tara says basically there are so many people unable to afford housing and medical care. They were all crammed into sanctuary districts, basically a way to keep unproductive people out of sight. That sounds more like a North Korea sort of thing. Definitely sounds like that's happening right now at some place in the world. And then they finally had enough. I've heard rumors. There's a guy who's a North Korean sort of, I don't know if expert's the right word. He's a pundit in North Korean matters, and he has this idea that the country is coming up to a boiling point where they won't be around much longer if something doesn't change. Which I believe. I could believe that. People focus way too much on just the presidential elections. They forget about local and state levels. I've mentioned that a number of times on stream, that if you love and care for your political future and you are interested in getting yourself more involved just in the greater discussion, don't just go out and vote for the president. It all definitely starts with policies being enacted in your local government, who's going to be making those decisions, and what sort of propositions getting passed. Just be aware in a sphere. And that sphere should always start with, what's closest to you. Absolutely. It's a shit sandwich either way. The question is how big the sandwich is going to be. Yeah, definitely. I know in my local election, there were 2 moms for Liberty wackos on the ballot for the school board. One made it on the board, sadly. You okay? Where are you right now?
I was wetting what you just said.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were getting hurt here in in the house. I was like, oh no, is everything okay over here? Kid says,
Shit. At that time, I got hurt.
oh, okay. Kid says, my state is pretty much a lost cause at this point. I'm hanging on by my fingernails. Georgia's nice right now. And a swing state, so your vote would actually matter. Tara says, I live in Texas, so woo guns. Lady Nico says, I mean, this country is literally regressing. People are denying science, denying doctors, or just actual logic. It's been that way for a while, but I have a feeling like the majority of that mentality is also on a timer, whereas the propensity for younger people to age out into that ideology later in life used to be a guarantee, and now it's much less so. So the chances are, like, especially as Gen X takes over the elder point from the boomers, like, you're not going to see them just suddenly all revert to this like crazy extremist viewpoint. I think there'll be a lot more moderate, and the Overton window is definitely going to shift as people inevitably pass away. And the majority of the country will be people who are like largely exposed to a number of different cultures, a number of different viewpoints and ideas via the internet. You'll only have people left over in our society who have had almost over connectiveness, right? That inevitably has to change the politics of a nation. Amazing restaurant in McKinney. Best banana pie I've ever had. Is banana pie good? I like bananas. I don't know if I'd like it in pie form. Oh, look, everybody's all sherry. Michigan quite happy these days? Good to know. For me, I don't like dealing with snow as a chore, so I tend to not want to move anywhere where that would be a part of my yearly requirements for life. Religion is also regressing too, which is a big point for the lack of science and stuff. Depends on what you mean by religion. I feel like Abrahamic religions are reaching a point where it's harder and harder for them to keep up their numbers unless they just increase their birth rates. Unless you're talking about Baha'i faith, which some people would argue is sort of anti the other Abrahamic religions. But if you're talking about other religious point of views, I mean, it's kind of nice to live in a culture and a society where things like neo-paganism and Satanism are having a resurgence, not because people are so much interested in, having bronze calf altars and creating potions and hexes on people, just because they actually just want to find a group of people who would actually be cool and still have some sort of sense of community and sharing and all the stuff that you get from lumping resources together and people together like a religion does, but in a more secular, badass way.
Kind of like offensive sluts.
Kind of like the offensive sluts, which is us. And Nico, wherever Nico is. And Oz.
Where is Nico?
We know where Oz is. I don't know. You want to ping him and see what's going on?
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Everett says, I'm not sure that that is regression. Previously, we didn't have scientific information at all. That's a good point. It's a good point. It is just kind of like bucking against a trend that is endangering sort of an older way of life. But, inevitably it has to change. Even Amish send their kids on, what's it called? That Rumspringa or whatever. I'm definitely butchering that term, but the idea that they get their kids out and sort of go challenge their own beliefs and meet other people in the world and see what it's about before they decide to come back to their faith or not. And some don't, We need more of that. Kid says, listen to an argument the other day about the death penalty for termination of pregnancy if the mother is a minor woman. I was like, you mean a child? A minor woman is a child. They decided in the end death penalty was fair. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Like we're gonna see some shifts in the next couple generations, aging up and out, and politicians also getting replaced by younger people. Which you know, by the way, term limits would be great. Just saying. Lee Nico says head hurts too much to really delve into the topic seriously. Yeah. Totally get that. We caught you on a bad evening. We aren't going forward. People denying vaccines. So we have measles. I mean, people are denying vaccines, but because there's so many vaccines present around everywhere, which is progress, right? The fact that people get to a place where they can deny something means that it's too prevalent for them. They're getting scared. If they weren't getting scared in the first place, that would be the real bad regression that we're hoping we don't see. Oh man. I just made it back up. Made it up there. Dead virus in the US on the rise again because people don't want to get vaccinated. Yeah. I think it's going to be it looks bad, but will be better and better. I think it's just a buck of people that realize that things are dying out for them. You know what I mean? We can revisit any topic when you feel up to it. It's good conversation. Hey, I'm here all week. And the days that aren't discourse days can still be discourse days, if you know what I mean. To kill a child for terminating a pregnancy? Yeah, right. My aunt and uncle didn't like it and moved to North Carolina, so the cousins stayed behind. We know a lot of people in North Carolina. However, the cousins seemed to like the area. Interesting. The senators who don't know what an ectopic pregnancy is do it too. Yeah, I was really interested in this guy, this politician named Andrew Yang for a while. I don't know if any of you heard about him. He tried to run on the Democrat ticket, but he's kind of like not democratic enough to get sway there. And he's kind of like a weird guy. He cusses a lot and he talks very youthful, even though he's kind of it feels a little bit like LARPing because he's a little bit like not young enough to get away with the way he talks. And one of his big points he was trying to get across was universal basic income, which was something that made me interested in him. I've since seen like the trajectory of his political career, and I don't know that I necessarily agree with everything that he's going for. And I don't think he plays the political game right in the U.S. to do something about it. He keeps trying to like reform himself in some way to create himself as a third-party candidate, which is sort of political death until something else gives in a greater societal way in our country. But he did bring up something, and Tara's mentioning of senators that don't even know what ectopic pregnancy is. I do like the idea that if we're going to pass policy on climate change, if we're going to pass policy on pregnancy, if we're going to pass policy on vehicle emissions, that we don't seek politics as an answer. We don't go for what a senator would say, even if that senator is like very, very strongly representing their people and they're trying to say my constituents want this and therefore that's super important. I say we back away from that sort of thinking because certain truths can't be democratic. We can't gather up, a few million people that all think that climate change isn't real and expect that to make it the truth of the matter because so many people believe it. Right? Some things need to be left out of politics and be decided by the nerds. Are you a nerd for vehicle emissions? You know everything there is to know about it? Great. Let's get you talking about this sort of thing in terms of what kind of policies need to happen and leave the politicians out of it except where they are a figurehead to make that kind of stuff happen. Again, me not being like a real advocate of Yang as a person, especially the more I got to know him, the less I liked him, but I at least like the idea of find experts, find the subject matter experts, and really use them when you're trying to decide policy. Don't do it Don't do it by a politician's ideas, and don't do it by a politician trying to support their people in a democratic way either. None of that really works out. Everett says, I mean, my point is that it's still better than when measles was just around unchecked. Yeah. Even when I was a kid, I came from probably the end of a generation where measles was treated as something you rub a child up against another child so that they both get it and not get vaccinated. And not because people in my family were anti-vax. That was just like the way of things back then. So we've progressed fast in that regard. The guy who asked if a woman can swallow a little camera to check on the baby. Oh, bless his heart. That's so cute. Because the stomach is a straight shot to the uterus, you know. Yeah, that's why people add extra cream to your coffee, right? There's so much of this shit seeing men calling girls who have had their period women, insisting they are women, that they are capable of having a baby. The youngest birth was a 5.5-year-old. Wild. Absolutely wild. And again, like, biological narrative isn't the same thing as where our society is today, right? Can certain things happen? Can we make certain claims about how we are just like as a species, as biological constructs? Yeah. Can we in 2024 divorce that from our cultural reality? Not in this country. Hopefully not in most of the world as we continue to progress. But we'll have to see how the other countries handle it over time. Damien wanted to know where you were. Wait, what? Where who was? Where I was? Sorry, I'm looking at this part of the thread like 5 minutes too late. Unlike in Ohio, where elected officials were denying a kid access and told her to see your pregnancy as an opportunity, my blood was boiling at people defending that shit. Yeah, pregnancy is never an opportunity. Pregnancy is just something biological that happens to people. You believe all you want about the transformative powers of what it does, but I've met plenty of people did not transform. Almost a whole generation of people in this country that pregnancy did not transform them into good parents, just transformed them into people with a responsibility. I pay attention to him in the Forward Party. That's the new thing he's, under Forward Party. I don't think it's going to get enough clout. It's too little right now. They need to do something much more, I don't know, grandiose. I don't know what they're missing, but they're missing something in the current quagmire. I don't know. They just want to force women and girls to suffer. They don't care about life, just forcing more workhorses and consumers. Obviously, that's the leftist take. Rightist people will tell you. I'm just being devil's advocate here because I like to at least try to present things in terms of what are people actually thinking. They're not thinking that they want to control people, right? They're thinking that family is stability, that tradition and religion are the core centerpieces to where we will get to become a better presence on this planet, and that anybody that's sort of like destroying that fabric of the relationship of the family and raising kids and doing our like biological narrative that we were here to do based on what our creator says we were. Anything that threatens that is dangerous, and it's only going to cause problems, and that so many things like crime and deterioration of the big cities can be sort of, you can finger point at the ways in which families aren't well supported and religion's not well supported and all that kind of stuff as sort of the metric as to why bad things happen in big cities, right? So that's their narrative as to why they think that they need the reproductive rights the way that they do. Which is bullshit, but that's where they're coming from. And again, is that going to last another generation as strong with as many numbers as it did this last generation? I can't see it happening. Yeah, it's pissing me off severely. They want to force more births, but they want to strip all society safety nets, assistance, and more. They want to put that in the hands of the church, right? Because that stuff should come from your affiliation with religion instead of relying on the government. Now, here's something where I'm completely black-pilled, and I might make some of you pissed at me, but that's okay because it's an open forum. It's my channel. I think that relying on churches to do this kind of benevolence work is folly. They can't do nearly as much as they ought to be able to because so many people use church as a way to get rich. Church's amount of benevolence that they put out there is nowhere near as much as you get as a church employee in personal benefits. They don't have nearly the impact that they should. So I think churches ought to, frankly, I think churches ought to pay taxes at this point because they're not the good that we wanted them to be when we made them tax exempt organizations. So they should just pay taxes like everybody else. But I also think the government is horribly inept at doing this sort of help as well. I think government workers are largely. Oh, I'm going to get cut off by ads for anybody that isn't subscribed, but that's okay. I'll keep on my diatribe. I think government workers are some of the slowest and laziest workers of anybody I've ever seen. I know a lot of friends and family who have gotten into government, and it's slow. It's abysmal. The productivity rate's low, and it makes me feel like a sucker that my tax money goes to so many people's like pensions and benefits that I will never see. So that as long as you're in some sort of governmental agency, your way of life is like extra cushy. And what I miss is back in the day when you either had this belief that the government could do a lot of good things, you could vote Democrat, and if you didn't believe the government could do a lot of good things, you believed in austerity, and you wanted to cut down on the cost of everything and increase, general fund for the country, then you'd vote Republican. And now there's just there's no austerity party out there. It's either you spend like money's going out of fashion, or you spend like money's going out of fashion. But I don't think the government does anything better than churches do. I think they're both abysmal and both need way better internal auditing and held to better task. I'm just black pill on both systems. Pro-birth, not pro-baby, or pro-life after birth, of course. Pregnancy here can be deadly, definitely. They didn't do that with measles. It was with chickenpox. Here, well, not here. I didn't grow up here. Where I grew up, Pacific Northwest, they did it with chickenpox. They did it with measles. Yeah. You could even get mumps from another kid, and they'd be fine with that. Although they'd probably make fun of you because most kids believed that the only way you could get mumps was by kissing another kid. So people would make fun of you for getting the mumps.
Thought that's how you get cooties.
And cooties. Well, yeah, I mean, cooties is basically the mumps in disguise. At least where I grew up. Yeah. I'll defend a representative legislature over an oligarchy. We should never give our power over to others, even if they style as experts. Depends on experts, like if the experts in question can be externally validated and have some sort of like global consensus that they're coming to, then I'd feel a little bit more comfortable in that fashion. Yeah. Even had people try and tell me, but there's exceptions to the ban. I mean, yeah, here in Georgia, there's definitely more exceptions than other places, but it's still pretty crazy. I think there's still a fight that's right on the edge of a lot of people's voting here. And I think we're going to see a huge shift in the way Georgia represents itself in the next few elections and voting coming up. I can already see the demographic shift massively affecting just our area, and we're not even in the city proper. Oh, they wanted to know where Nico was. Nico can say where Nico is. I'm not good at doxing. Been to his place. It's really nice. As of January 2024, studies estimate 64,000 R-related pregnancies in states with abortion bans since July 22. 26,000 of which are in Texas. Wild. Which, we should... the least that we can do is, if they're going to force this kind of reality in certain states, then those states need to create like massive convict situations. We need to then hold those people accountable to absolute full extent of the law, or maybe even reanalyze the law and make it more strict, because obviously this is moral degeneracy in the eyes of the people who would have been arguing for the pro-life laws. They should be the same people who would argue for better protections for their family against sexual assault, right? In theory. As a member of the third party myself, I don't think that the forward party is setting itself up correctly. Everything I've seen about them, I fully agree with you. I do. I looked at that study and found some of the mathematical computations to be surprising. For instance, the odds of pregnancy from a single instance of sexual intercourse seemed high. It's good to hold that kind of stuff to task for two reasons. One, I think I'm always a stickler for finding the absolute truth on a situation. And anytime anybody skews numbers to try to make a point in a certain direction, I get upset. I'm always trying to, you know, figure out where can you find like the actual best data to run with. And two, related to this, finding the best data is going to find you your best argument. If you start to use lousy computations to try to come up with an answer for, you know, how should we direct policy, the opposite side is going to have ammo. I see this a lot. I think the right doesn't need much help to look bad. They've already got like a very disenfranchising angle that makes it so anybody who's even close to center is too far out of the window to properly identify with GOP. It's very disenfranchising. But I think I also see a growing problem with the left, that there's a lot of faulty argumentation, and it just looks like psyops sort of thing to me. And I feel like it's not all psyops. I can't be that conspiratorial. But it almost smells of psyops because it's so bad. You look at the way some people argue points on the far left, and they're so bad and they're based on such shitty data that's like the only way that you could be here trying to get this point across to the average public is if you're a Republican trying to make the left look bad. Otherwise, why are you here with this absolutely, you know, ass information? Everybody's just going to run with it and make your side look awful, unless it's not your side to begin with. Especially stupid mega churches where the CEOs own multiple jets and have crazy mansions. The fact that there isn't a limitation on that kind of like earning doesn't make any sense, right? If churches already aren't subject to the laws that we have that regulate the free trade, the sort of free market capitalism that we have set up in our country, then why do the people that work for them have the rights that they do? We should give them certain, if we're giving them certain exceptions from fiscal responsibility, then they should have other fiduciary responsibilities yoked on them in response or as a counterbalance. That just makes sense to me. There's places where people who commit that R word can, I don't know how to read these things out loud. I don't have that TikTok alternate vocabulary memorized. Can literally take their victim to court for custody of the baby. Yeah. How do you prove you qualify for exceptions from the ban? That's a good question. How about that woman who got arrested today who threatened all those Dearborn City Council people? She was off her rocker. I didn't hear about this. The far left doesn't argue properly. They don't directly address the points. They don't really fight against Republicans' mis or disinformation. I mean, if you're not careful, you can get sucked into like an eternal battle, right? If your antagonists can just continue to spew disinformation and just let go of points too quickly, then your whole job is going to be sucked up by just disproving everything that they say, and they can keep it up forever. they can do that at a faster rate than you can disprove, especially if they sort of just let go of a point instead of concede. That's such a quick and easy way to get the power back in their hands, to say like unwed parents, the children of unwed parents commit 20% more crime or something like that. And then you could say, well, that's not true because, well, let's take a look at this study. In Detroit, it shows, that the crime was mostly caused by, it turns out it's like, kind of like a different demographic, or it doesn't seem like there's any particular metric here that talks about whether the parents were married or not married. And the person on the right can just say, well, church going is really reduced in the big cities, and that's a big contributor to crime. They didn't even tell you whether you were right or wrong. They didn't concede that you got that point right. They could just bring up another point, and now you're spending all your time trying to debunk something else. The onus is on you to gather all that information. That's a losing battle over time. And I've seen a number of people on the left kind of fall into that sort of pit. But I also see some similar argumentation styles, same tactics happening from the left. Usually not like that. It's usually something like, if you're not from this background, or if you haven't done this reading, then you can't participate in this conversation, which is super othering, can sometimes be classist or racist if you're not careful, and I think is just, it's egregious in its own way that doesn't help anybody. Let's see. The left ends up conceding to the right anyway too. Yeah, I see more concessions from the left to the right happening these days, but probably more so only because entire cultural shift is happening where everybody is moving more and more to the left. Just the Overton windows slowly shifting to the left for good. So while those concessions might look like more of the left happening to the right, I think it's only because the right is like, the old ideas of the right just keep dying, namely because those people that believed in them keep dying. Sometimes the far left is indistinguishable from the far right. I definitely have seen that in the concept of like anti-Semitism happening, especially in the United States. The crazy concept that you could believe that somebody who comes from some sort of a Jewish heritage or background would have anything to do with Bibi's policies in Israel. It's like somebody decides to commit war crimes in a place halfway across the world, and you decide that your neighbor should be punished for, who their parents are, or, the way that they pray, that kind of stuff. And I saw that stuff happening in 9/11 too, where it seemed like the far left and the far right seemed to come to some agreements with each other on what they thought about the world, and I was like, it felt very icky. It was because they wanted to install metal detectors in the city hall, so she threatened to come to their houses. Vaush showed it on his podcast. Good guy. That guy's fun. I wish I'd be curious to see Vaush show more of his own takes on things. He seems like the sort of person that might actually have an intellect that, let's actually look at situations and sort of bring a fresh viewpoint. But I feel like he's grown to the point where he's become a pundit for his audience, and he says what he would love them to subscribe to him the most. Did that come out right? Basically just, pandering to whatever keeps him in the public eye. And so I think he's got a demographic idea of who listens to him, what sort of things they'd like to hear. And he's a really, really good ear scratcher. Like whatever your ears are itchy for, Vaush knows how to say it in a really charismatic way that makes you side with him. He's a very charismatic guy. I'll say that about him. He seems like he's very much like locked in on the people side of the business that he's running. They could, but so what? I'm a family law trial lawyer in Arkansas, and a convicted R dude will have a real uphill effort to become a custodian. Good. Thank you for your service, by the way. There's plenty of cases where the R dude did win because it's so hard to prove. A lot of them never even get reported because women get blasted for coming forward and reporting it. Don't get believed, get hassled. I think that was more of a cultural thing in the past. I would be curious to know the metrics on how that has shifted in the last like 15, 20 years, especially now that we live in an era where we have so many ways to create different forms of proof other than hearsay to come to courts with, you know? Even if they get held accountable, they don't get punished nearly as much as they should, even if they serve jail time. That also might be something that we've seen a shift on in recent times, and I'd be curious to see what that shift would look like in the future, because even our justice system is full of people who age out, die, retire, do whatever, move to arbitration instead of actual judge work, and yeah, we might see more and more of a shift there. If it can't be proved, how do you know that it happened? It's a good point. I mean, ultimately, that's the case with all crime right now, right? And the fact of it is it's easier to prove now. So don't do it. If you're watching my stream and you're thinking in that direction, I'm watching you. I set up cameras. I'm just kidding. It's getting weird. At 3, I was R-worded by a 30-something-year-old man on more than one occasion. He got 2 years in a military prison. Insane. Absolutely insane. We should be able to revisit cases like that. We should... Everett, tell me that you can reopen and appeal just the judgments for things like that. Because that just seems like it's so... When something sounds that anachronistic, like that only one person who's lived like half their life or less, I don't want to say how old I think you are, that the victim is still alive and the perpetrator served such a small amount of time or punishment or whatever for it, shouldn't we be able to re-lens that same situation, be like, hey, yeah, both these people still exist and the damages, you know, are still there. In fact, we know more about these kinds of damages now than we did back then. Can't we go back and bring some of these cases back into court and make like better justice happen? Statute of limitations on that kind of crime isn't that long. How could it not be? That's a statute of limitation on homicide should be shorter than on R-word. Because with homicide, you leave grieving family. But with this, you leave the victim alive, the actual victim. In some cases, you create a new victim, bring a new victim into the world. It should be one of the highest crimes, right? Like up there with treason. Basically, it means that treason is basically like the concept that you're in complete and utter contempt of everything that your country that you're a member of stands for, right? And one step below that, this is you're holding everything in contempt of the livelihood and autonomy of another human being in a way that leaves them around and irrevocably changes them. Should be on par with treason, right? Should be able to take them to Guantanamo. Yeah, he had the audacity to try and sue for his military pension back after release. Don't want my tax money going to that. That's for damn sure. I hope you've had the opportunity to beat the shit out of a punching bag or two, Kit. Seriously. California is the only state that passed a statute of limitation increase for that crime. Maybe Hawaii too. Wild. Absolutely wild. Our being prior consensual partners doesn't tend to generate much evidence. However, this itself is a good reason for caution about computing the number of de facto but not convicted R dudes who are custodians. By definition, we lack good data. We need to do better in data collection when it comes to crime. I think it would do us a hell of a world of good. Although, you know, also just getting to a place where societally we fix whatever the problem is that leads to this kind of stuff. Like if we could talk about prevention more so than law enforcement. Like I think it needs to be a multi-pronged attack. But I've always been a very serious advocate of getting people to a place where crime would be abysmal in their eyes. Like making sure that we're raising a citizenry, a population of people who would find it unfathomable to do certain things. You know, crimes of like desperation out of destitution. Like your baby is crying about how hungry and how empty their stomach is, and you're afraid that the only option you'll have pretty soon is to just like put dirt in their mouth or something to, like, you know, fill their belly so they get that sensation of full belly or something like that, which has happened before in one of the neighborhoods that I used to live in. That person goes and like steals food. I get that. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about people who are programmed in some way that certain types of aggression on other humans is permissible in their mind. And I just want to see us get to a place where we can teach people, we can fix whatever happens to be broken about people and the way that they're being raised and the environment that they're in and the things that they're being taught, so that we minimize crimes like this from that angle as much as possible. Obviously, you know, it's not 100% tactic, but it's still a tactic that I feel passionate about, that we think about stemming this from the outset as well as punishing it on the back end. I was lucky to be given the tools to heal and grow as best as can be under the circumstances. I've put energy into helping others through organizations like RAIN and just speaking up on in general. I love that. I really love that. Lots of victims feel massive amounts of shame, so even if they don't fear being called liars and sluts, they still don't come forward. It's always a barrier for good data, which is why we should have better ways to gather that sort of stuff anonymously. Use our tech, do whatever we can. Plus, men report being victims of that particular crime even less than women. True. Again, with the idea of, like, you know, what sort of things do you talk about that are emasculating or whatever. We have to break free from a society that pushes us to feel a certain way about what is being a man. The biggest issue in the double jeopardy is the double jeopardy if the person was convicted but the sentence was short. That said, if the person was court-martialed, I'm not sure how civilian double jeopardy works. Yeah, I'm not sure either. Tend not to have many soldier, marine, etc. clients because they are better off with lawyers who specialize in those clients. That makes sense to me. I commend your work. Your situation sounds horrendous. You guys are the best. This has been a really good conversation, and the shares that I'm hearing from everybody, it's a lot. Like, this is obviously heavy and not the discourse topic that I originally set upon, but definitely the conversation that I'm glad is happening. I super appreciate your faces. This is also sort of the space, the comfort, the depth that I've wanted to be engaged in for a long time, and struggled with the how to start as a content creator teaching a made-up language on a fantasy show and then move to gaming when I have such bigger thoughts about where I would like to make an impact on this world, and being a stage to be able to share these thoughts together, and talk without fear of having somebody be belligerent or attacking or immediately take this to like a debate sort of level, and just getting ideas aired out and sharing stories with each other has been really, really cool. I'm beyond grateful for all of you being here tonight. And if you're watching on VOD, I'm grateful for you too. Just because you're not live doesn't mean I don't appreciate who you are.
Well, while we're being grateful, I've put all the NPCs in a line and created a map. Put it in offensive sluts in our chat.
Oh, a map, you say? Oh, you did. Very cool. I'm gonna come check that out. I just needed a little bit more lapis because I wanted to make another table, and I used up all of our lapis. I'm sorry. I'm not really
Probably
sorry.
didn't need any.
I'm just apologizing because it felt like it was nice to apologize, but I don't really care. Kid says, I'm in a unique position in that I don't remember life before, so to speak. It's just always been a part of me. With all the therapy and such, I skipped a lot of the shame stages. True. Which is way more uncomfortable for other people than for me, to be honest. Yeah, I can see that. Not to say that makes your situation better, but I can see the ways in which you find you can perceive it as advantageous. Yeah. It does enable me to be very frank about a topic many will tiptoe about when it gets to the hard stuff. You know, if I made friends with people who tiptoe around hard stuff, I tend to push them away at some point when they realize that I don't. Yeah. I've definitely made some people really squeamish, and I've accidentally forced some people to refactor who they decided to be friends with when they got to know that I wouldn't be afraid to talk about certain things, or I didn't like accept polite conversation limitations when we talk. And that's enough to have some people just completely shut themselves out from you. Usually not abruptly and vocally. They'll do it, behind your back by just not replying to texts or calls, and just eventually phase themselves out over time. It's a shame. So in that, what I'm saying is I appreciate everybody here who's had just clear and open candor. And even if you didn't, if you don't have a story to share, don't think I don't appreciate you too. I'll talk at length about pretty much anything I know about. Super appreciate that. Excuse me. Okay, let's take a look at Lost's main strip of merchants. So, we still haven't built this guy's crafting thing, have we? Poor guy.
No, he's just a bridge dweller.
I mean, he's a bridge dweller that has a really cool thing. Skull monument thing. I like where the farmer is now. This just makes sense to me.
I thought so too.
Yeah. And then... Did I miss her? Where's our... Oh, she's back here.
Is that from Justice? Yeah.
Great. Great, great, great.
So instead of having everybody spread out, just wanted to keep everybody in line, you know?
Yeah. I wonder what the range is on magic chests before you get somebody too far away to be able to access what's in
I
them.
believe as long as it's in the same flame altar, it should work.
Are you sure about that?
I believe.
I feel
I
like
believe.
where Nico and I made our homes on the Network 07 server, we weren't able to access the bank's magic chests.
Oh, yeah, I remember you saying that. I felt like that was probably a bug. But
Maybe. Maybe.
yeah.
I mean, we could check it out. Let's see.
Yeah.
There were... I'd make just, I guess, like a block or something. I'm going to grab this crafting table and go far away and find out. Jamask says, Keen made any announcements recently? They're having an AMA tomorrow? Tomorrow, I think? Do you know what time, Lost?
I can look.
Yeah, they're having an AMA tomorrow. They had a fairly sizable patch today, and that patch mostly revolved around fixes, so it wasn't anything like wild.
AMA
on
Thursday, 18th of April, 2024. So it didn't give a time.
Oh.
Just Thursday.
Wait, where's the edge of this one? I thought this one's edge was basically right where I'm standing. No, I'm not sure.
11 Eastern
Oh, there you go.
AM.
I'm all the way to this one. I didn't see the line between them. That doesn't seem right at all. There's got to be some place where you can see the edges.
I don't know why this. This is making me dance.
Oh yeah, I do it too. I parked myself there earlier on. Just for the dance potential. Let me try putting it here then.
It's very exciting.
Just see what I have access to. Wait, what do I have on me? Do I have palmwood? I don't have palmwood. Okay. So, yeah, I think you might be right. They might have fixed that.
Awesome.
So it looks like I'm able to grab, yeah, flintstone, limestone,
Flintstone.
lots and lots of sandstone, all the stuff that I'm absolutely certain I don't have a bunch of. Maybe they did fix it, or maybe there was something just wonky about where we were, or Nico and I just misremembered.
It's a possibility.
Yeah. Kit says, conversations about children being assaulted in my experience are often hypothetical. Adults talking about an imaginary child and what should be done in the event that child is assaulted, becomes pregnant from the assault. Being hopefully somewhat rational, good people, they cannot really fathom the reality of said situation. I have the opportunity to put a face to the idea. When you look at a survivor, it's harder to make unilateral decisions you might not be able to back up to their face. 100%. That's why I think we're going to see, that's kind of why I assert the idea that we'll see so many policy shifting happening in later generations as politicians shift out, whether that's through retirement or death or whatever, because we won't be in a place where human beings could possibly leave themselves as so insular, where we won't meet people, where we won't have faces to the names, where we won't have the proper data. Like, even now, our data collection's still awful, but it was way worse, you know, even 20, 30 years ago. So, I think it's going to be really important that we get people out there sharing their stories and removing that hypothetical nature of what would we do in case this were to ever happen, sort of thing. It's like, no, it happens. I'll hop off my soapbox now. Kit, you don't ever have to hop off the soapbox. It's just going to always be there, and there's plenty of room for everybody. Oh, Rush says, I like this one. You got the snack god's approval. Good way to turn your ick into a positive. I fully agree. I'm big on that sort of ideology, just in general. Someday I'll tell you, go through a manifesto of like my more deeper thoughts on the world and like how to live one's life. But that's one of them, is definitely finding a way to, I like how Tara says it, turn your ick into a positive. Because a lot more of those things weren't seen as crimes. There's no such thing as marital rape, domestic violence, and more. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a shift too, is the idea that, you know, we didn't, for a while, we had this concept that there are certain things that were just allowable by nature of who we are as a species, that I think I want to blame millennials, but I don't know, just because it seems like the right thing to do, because everybody blames millennials for big shifts and things, to actually like critically look at just the way human beings relate to one another. Just like everything, you know, why was there such a meme 10, 15 years ago? Millennials killed the blah, blah, blah industry, right? The reason is because there's actually a generation of people, at least in our country, that stopped and thought, wait, why is everybody still doing it this way? Wait, why would you do that? Wait, why would you call it that? And just asking the questions, not somebody trying to like subvert and tear down an entire culture, but just literally questioning, why do it this way? The restaurant's the Ballard St. Cafe in Wiley. Wiley? Interesting. I know Wiley. I don't think I'll be there anytime soon, but I know Wiley. I think it's more boomers than millennials that are starting to question society and change how things were done in a relationship. Oh, the ones who didn't want to change things. Oh, yeah. I saw this really good analysis on this, actually. Boomers having been essentially the generation that was born in, you know, like the post-World War boom of America. It wasn't just a boom for population, right? We had so many different ways in which our economy and our status in the world were expanding in this crazy sort of way. Just look at the way we commodified and capitalized, and by capitalized I mean like turned capitalist, so many things like our holiday seasons and the conformity of our society and how religion was supposed to work and interface with the populace. It's this concept that we could go back to that, and that was like one of the greatest ways that we will ever see America. And honestly, you know, if your dad's coming home from serving and he lands himself a really great job, your mom had a job and she gets pushed back into the house to go take care of everything as a stay-at-home mom, and you see nothing but crazy prosperity, low prices, high wages, and it looks like the world looks to the US in terms of like taste making, your religion supported all over with like big churches doing big things, and you don't ever get to see how anybody else who's not like you lives, yeah, you'd want to go back to that. You'd look at that and be like, that was like a dream. And the problem is it was like just a dream. It was just this one like weird thing that eventually we had to wake up and hold ourselves accountable. And you know, it was also horribly mismanaged for all of that, all the benefit that our country saw post World War II. So much of it got squandered, right? Or we started messing around in really bad ways, some of which benefited us, but some of which did not. You know, especially all the different ways we became world police. I think I got a little too close to Crowley. He won't let me go. Yeah, he likes me. Listen, I'm taken. Oh, good. He listened. That was awkward.
Of course you're taken.
Millennials started questioning but didn't have enough to really push back. Would you argue that Gen Z are better pushers than millennials? I know I'm making a fallacious argument by calling people by their generation, because honestly, you take any two people from even born on the same day, you're not going to have the exact same policy ideas. But just speaking in general, in generalizations for pop fun chat sort of ways, I'm curious what you all think in that regard. And why do Gen X be able to basically get off scot-free from being as part of any conversation as far as how the US is? Just curious what you all say. Even our chat bubbles reveal our status, green versus blue. You're not all green versus blue. Tara comes up as purple on the chat overlay. I don't know why people's names are the way that they are. I don't pick your names. It's just done by this bot that handles everybody's chats. If you and Oz are in Wiley, give a holler. We'll go and eat pie. Sounds good. I love eating pie. I don't know when we'll be over in that direction anytime soon, but I like going on trips for food. That might be a little bit far. Eat pie and think of me not having pie. I mean, I'm not eating pie right now because I'm still on my fast. Lady Nico says a whole lot of people who were oppressed or treated unfairly in those times, and then the boomers that benefited from so much of that growth passed policies to keep the wealth with themselves instead of letting the younger generations benefit too. Yeah. I was reading a financial prospectus analysis on the United States that says that the boomer senescence era is primed to be the pivot for the largest wealth transfer in the history of the United States, just because not only were the boomers such a large, just raw amount of human beings put into this country, but the sheer amount of like dragon hoarding they did is going to be moved. It's going to be moved. They're not going to be buried with it, right? So it's going to be moved in weird ways, man. I've lost track of all these generations' names. I was born in 84. What does that make me? Generally millennial. Millennial starts around 82 or something like that.
As someone who was born in 83, there's a fine line between Gen X and Y.
Yeah.
Part of both a bit, I would believe.
I would also say too, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here, I think your generation name probably means a lot less than like who were you sort of like socialized around growing up. Like if you're right on that cusp, lost, but you spent a lot of your like formative years being around kind of like older people. You had like, you know, big older siblings. I have 3 older siblings.
I had 2 older siblings, yeah.
I generally relate much more on the older side of things. A lot of people will say like, oh, I think you're this age if they've never heard me talk. And then they hear me talk and they're like, oh, I think you're this age. They like tack on a bunch of years. So I think that's just the nature of you know, you are who you enculturate yourself with, right?
Exactly. Like,
Uh,
I've never thought of myself as a millennial. Like, millennial didn't even exist when I was born. It was a term that was invented like in my 30s, basically.
yeah, I mean, Gen X wasn't even really a term for Gen X for most of their time, right? I mean, boomers were called boomers because of the baby boom, but
Yep.
nobody said, okay, and then you next people, you have a name too. It just wasn't a thing to name everybody. And naming, of course, does this thing that I'm super against anyways, but we're just doing it for fun right now, which is if you are part of this group and you can use this label that says something about you, which I just patently disagree with. Lady Nico says, to answer the question about Gen Z, there's a lot more Gen Z than boomers, but with the degradation of the school system, they lack the means to properly rally and unite. Just teach themselves is what I'm hearing. And effectively do something because they're too busy stressing and trying to just keep a roof over their heads to really fight. Tara says, in Twitch, if you have Prime, you can choose your own color. I think you could choose your own color even if you don't have Prime, though.
That is correct, but you have more options if you actually pay for it.
I see. Kid also uses the term elder millennials, so that might be something you could use if you want. Or wait, who said? Tara also said exennial. I like that term. It just sounds cool. I just like the way it sounds. Gen X is kind of the mix. There's some Gen X who say with boomers, but there's some Gen X that go millennial too. Yeah, I could see that. Just depends on, I think with Gen X, it's probably dependent on how into tech or travel you are. Obviously, Gen X isn't the generation that has like tons of money. So, I mean, if you're able to travel a lot, get yourself enculturated that way, you might be a certain political bend. But I definitely see Gen X as being like either you got into computers like when they're newer and you kept up and you're like internet savvy and text message savvy and all that kind of stuff, then you're going to be a certain way. And if you were like a Luddite and you did not get into tech at all and you're not kept up and you're not affiliating with other people way different than you all the time, you're going to definitely be a very different way. And the younger the generation, probably the less percentage of Luddites out there. Exennial sounds like a character from a science fiction B movie. Nice. I agree. Exennial assumes his final form. Exennial was sort of developed as a way to label technically Gen X, who are much closer to millennial. I can see that. Or you could just span the test of time and just get to know everybody and become something that bridges all gaps. Like I know, my first job, I've mentioned this before, I worked with the elderly, so I actually got to work with a lot of like silent gen, because when I was first in the workforce, boomers weren't like all up in the retirement facility that I worked at. So I got to know silent gen really well and really got to interface with them on a very personal level, whether I agreed with them or not, just sort of like speaking fluently to their culture and their social mores. And then having 3 older sisters that are kind of like a generation above me. And then having married Oz, there's a age gap between us. And so I feel like, and I've got like a big family. So I have a ton of like cousins and nieces and nephews that are much younger that I love the crap out of and spend a lot of time, talking to and trying to get to know them and what makes them tick. So I feel like I don't cohere to any one time and say that's what I believe and that's how I feel. I just sort of try to take everything in. I try to be like Doc Manhattan from The Watchmen, just like live in all time periods at the same time. And be naked and blue. Whenever I can. Except on stream, of course, because TOS. My husband is Gen X and I'm millennial. We joke the X is cynical and millennials are just tired. I mean, millennials started the whole meme speech of like just wanting to basically just crawl into bed or just like die whenever things get really tough. And I've always liked that sort of dark humor. Jam says I didn't hear about Gen X until the early 90s. Yeah, probably didn't get invented until around then. It sounds like a 90s term, right? Like just something that they decided sounded like a cool thing to call people.
It is super hip.
Yeah. Everett says, I definitely don't want to think of myself as having any sort of special similarity to people of my same age. And yeah, why should you? It's super conformative to believe that you, just because of when you were born, have to share the same ideas as those that were born around the same time. It's how I feel about horoscopes too. Like, how dare you say that, you know, Gemini are all this way or Libra act this way, so you have to also. When the Gap started making commercials about it, they made commercials about Gen X.
What's wrong, Doc? Nothing, nothing.
With the self-care?
I'm right as the mail.
I'll catch up with chat, and then definitely. Oh, Rico thinks 81 was the cutoff for Gen X. And millennial. Interesting. Okay, maybe. Somewhere around the early 80s, I'm sure. Baby boomers, and then according to the rest of them, according to them, the rest of us after them are the disappointment generation. Well, of course. How could anybody live up to post-World War II white WASP America? I'll say WASP. WASP America is definitely a vibe, right? If you didn't have WASP America, then it seems like everything's going much better now. But if you did live in that era, probably nothing will ever compare. So, you know, good for them. They can begrudge never getting back to that again for the rest of their days until they all pass away. And also those movies that came out, the prototypical Gen X movies, Slackers, and that other one. What was that movie that had like Ben Stiller as a superhero and Janine Garofalo? I always, whenever I hear Gen X, like I think of that movie. What was that one called? They were like really bad superheroes, like lame ones.
I feel like I know that one, but I can't recall.
Tara says Zennial, not Exennial. That's not as fun. Zennial? Zennial sounds too close to Gen Z now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kit. I agree. Exennial sounds better. Fully agree. I'm going to call it that. Leading Eco says, my mom is a boomer, even though she's Gen X. Right. Yeah. Kit suggests Small Rats. That's definitely an iconic 90s vibe. Empire Records. That's another good one. Yep. Singles. That was the other one. Oh, no Singles. That's the one one thing I like about Exennial, it's a blending. Yeah. Boomers started to complaining about millennials, so they got named. Other gens started getting named too, but I think it was boomers and the millennials that started the naming of the gens. That's probably true. The more we discuss this categories, the less I understand the point of having them. I am a categorical abolitionist, and I stole this idea from somebody else. I don't remember her name, but the only reason why I have the tag in all of my chats that says masculine is because I think it's a farce. I am decidedly masculine by my own attributes that I choose for myself, but I think it's like absolutely ridiculous for anybody to say that they have an idea of what masculinity means and what sort of checkboxes you need in order to conform to use that word. So I took it on just to say masculine is exactly what Damien Halme is and stands for in everything that I do in my life. All of my choices, my decision not to go into like a ball-related sport in high school. I played many more video games than I did go to drinking parties. And I was mostly nervous to talk to girls. And I was almost an ace in high school. And I think all of those are decidedly masculine. Because why not? Labels mean absolutely nothing. They're absolutely useless. What you should do if you really want to get to know somebody, instead of asking them what categories they fit in, is get to know the person. Just get to know them. Yeah. Jam says I posted a link to one of the Gap Generation commercials. Nice. Is that in my Discord? Let's take a look. Check it out. Sprays a can of Raid at the Wasps. Nice. So that people can belong to a tribe. You know, and here's the thing, though. People do like tribes. People really do want to be in tribes. So I get the idea that using a label might be important for some people. But for those folks that feel very tribal, what I think you need to do is get some other folks who are consenting, that are willing to say, we have enough in common with each other that we could use a label together, and just call that like your tribe's label. Like, oh, yeah.
Offensive sluts.
Yeah, we're all offensive sluts. We got the name Offensive Sluts, Lost, me, Nico, and Oz, because we used to play Back for Blood, just the four of us. And you had this card system that gave you buffs. And some of your cards would end up being defensive abilities, and some of them would be offensive. So you have defensive slots and offensive slots. And then we just started saying sluts because it's funny. But we're nothing alike. I mean, the four of us are, you know, we're not culturally the same sort of people. And I appreciate that. I would rather spend time with Lost than somebody that was a lot like me, because I learned stuff from his perspective. Whereas if somebody was exactly like me, what would I stand to learn? They'd just think the same. I'd just be scratching, you know, some sort of conformity itch. I don't have those itches. I don't have the tribal itch. The Smash Mouth movie. There was a Smash Mouth movie. Reality Bites was the other commercial. Reality Bites and Singles. Oh, they're commercials. Gotcha. The naming of the gen sounds like a war. Mystery Men. Yeah, thanks, Tara. That's the one I was thinking of. I mean, boomers need to substantiate and blame a group, so they name the gen being born in and around the turn of the century as the gen to blame. Sure, why not? I mean, there's that whole Y2K crisis, so why not call them? That's probably why they were called Gen Y at first, to connect to the crisis. And then when the crisis passed, they had to just name them something else. Turn of the millennium, hence millennial. Remember how the world was going to end? Yeah, and then it didn't. And then 2012, and then it didn't. And then didn't somebody like tip $1,000 at a Taco Bell because she thought she was going to get raptured, and then she went back the next day, and when she wasn't raptured, she asked for her money back, and they didn't give it back to her. Which I wouldn't either.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's an anecdote. I don't know if this is real. Somebody will have to do the research and substantiate that for me.
Yeah, I haven't heard about that one.
I get half my news from memes, so y'all are gonna have to prove or disprove that one. They're rather big tribes. Each one has about 1 to 2 billion members each. I mean, assuming that we're talking about that we can cross cultures and countries too, right? Oh, Reality Bites was a movie, and so was Singles. Oh, I don't know those movies. I've heard of Reality Bites, but I never saw it. There's a billboard for a casino, loosest slots in town. Haha, funny. Hubs and I cannot see anything to do with casinos and say loosest slots in town. Nice. They were called Y at first because of the alphabet. Yeah. XYZ, right? And now Alpha, because we can't use anymore. Even though, you know, was there ever Generation A? Why do we go from Z to Alpha? Millennial was just a nickname. Oh, gotcha.
I always thought it should be like, you know, rows in a auditorium. Like it goes X, Y, Z, and then AA, and then AB.
Could do it that way.
Yeah.
Or it could do them by like hurricane nomenclature, where it starts with A, but it's got to have a name. So you're like Generation Albert, and then Generation Barbara, and Generation Charles. A friend's dad said the eclipse was going to signal the end. Boy, we've had a lot of eclipses that didn't. Why this one? Tuesday was very disappointing for him, I bet. Especially if he did anything he regrets on Wednesday. That's my favorite part about people who have end time beliefs is like, what things did you get up to? You know, what sort of crazy like sex club did you and your partner go to, and now you can't look at each other the next day because you kink shamed yourself in that regard? What did you eat that now you're upset about? What drug did you take? Or worst, what confession did you make to who, and how did they take it? And then the next day you're both still there. Thanks, Jam. I'll check it out probably after stream. Rush says, going to shower. I shall return, hopefully. Rush, I hope nothing happens bad to you in the shower. I hope only magical, wonderful things happen to you in the shower. You ever find humor in saying the most positive thing you can possibly think of to somebody? As opposed to wishing bad on people. I think dark humor and bad humor, or like ill will sort of humor, sarcasm, or yeah, like sarcasm and sadism, only go so far, and they get boring after a while. If that's your only metric, is I'm just gonna say like negative things about you or about a certain group of people, it gets stale. But it's almost never stale to say like horribly good things about people all the time. It's always, I always love making people feel squeamish by telling them too good of things. Like, I hope your shower is orgasmic, eclectic, and without parallel. I hope you come out and tell us all about every nuance of it. If it was going to be the second coming of Christ, why would he return during an eclipse in a part of the world he didn't even know existed? Second coming of Christ is a fallacy of people that don't know how to read the Bible anyway. May you have the day that
he was a white American
gun-toting.
Yeah.
Gun-toting, hamburger-eating American. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Freedom.
Yeah, the idea that that Jesus would like come manifest as a human being for people at some point in our future makes zero sense. I mean, you just have to read the fucking manual, RTFM, on your own religion. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that he comes back like that. So I can't imagine making your whole faith about some sort of Messiah figure that's supposed to manifest again any day now. And it's been any day now for like 1,500 years. Like a long ass time of different generations saying, oh, I think this is the portent. I'm pretty sure this is the harbinger. And they've all been misreading the same shit.
Hey, good news is we survived a lot of apocalypses.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy Jesus, for not coming back like all those people thought you would. It's the best thing he's done. Second best thing he's done. Besides take a weekend off for our sins.
Yeah.
It's my other favorite thing to say. People say Jesus died for your sins, but he came right back alive. So really, he just took a few days off of being alive. I'm going to go hang with Dad for a little bit. Hey, your sins are all cleansed. Speaking of, Rumi went off for a short nap nearly 5 hours ago. Whoops. Maybe I should check and make sure he didn't die. He had things he planned to do this evening. Yeah, if there's any ideas for an evening left yet ahead for him, you might want to check. Kit says, even better when the manual says, if you think you know the day, then it is not that day. Well, I mean, here's the biggest thing. This is the thing that I can't believe people turn a blind eye to. And that is that, well, it's two things. The first thing being that Jesus says, I speak to you all in parables, right? He talks about everything in parables and says, everything I say is in some sort of a code. And then he says, you know, I'm going to talk to you about this event that's gonna come and be like, you know, coming of the kingdom of heaven or whatever. And so all these people are like waiting with bated breath for like something that's actually physical. The other part of it is that he says it's an internal experience, like in every gospel. So this is all New Testament stuff. This is in Old Testament sort of portent kind of stuff, right? And just throwing this out here, I am not a Protestant, so I apologize if I'm stepping on your faith like hand, foot, and nail by going over somebody else's faith like this. But he says there are some of you here in the crowd this day, living and breathing, that will not die before having this experience, and they're all dead now. Every single one of those people who's talking to in that crowd is dead. So if they've experienced it already, then it can't be this big global event where he like descends down from the sky, right? It also can't be that way because it says like two people be like sleeping in the bed together and one will experience it, the other one won't. Two people will be working in the field together, one of them will experience it, one of them won't. So if you put those verses together with the some of you standing here in the crowd today will experience this before you die, and now they're all dead. It's an internal thing, right? It's just like every other religion's idea of, you know, what happens with your development. It's not something where lightning crackles down from the sky and you like float in the air and you shout there can be only one. Although that would be pretty badass. Imagine if that religion actually like really existed. I'd get good at the sword real quick. But yeah. And then you have, you know, whole cults. These whole like crazy, I call them cults, but I mean large or organized religions that believe it's a physical actual event that they're holding out for. It's like you're not even reading your own book. So how could you assert anything like that? But anyway, I believe that Christianity started mostly as an imminent eschatological belief. I'm torn on whether Jesus himself taught his own second coming, but I think the evidence is strong that Paul saw the first and second comings as occurring within the same generation. Again, if we're talking about like, you know, an internal event, absolutely. Giving things up for Lent makes me chuckle. I mean, I brutally and painfully died over hours of torture, but you gave up chocolate. Samesies, I guess. It's weird. I believe the concept of Lent seems to span way beyond just a Christian practice, right? Obviously, there are a lot of people all over the planet who have taken sabbaticals or fasts. I'm on a fast right now, and just do things just for the sake of realigning, repurposing, thinking differently, you know, just not talking for a long period of time, going off in the woods for a period of time, just doing something that changes your mindset or changes your body in some way. It's not endemic to one religion. It's just something that people like to do. It's definitely not a way to like cleanse your soul. I'm going to crash. Early morning for work has been gross lately. I know the feeling, Troa. Have yourself a wonderful night. Thanks for popping in, sharing your stories as well. And I hope you have a wonderful sleep. I was gathering lapis to make a table at some point, and then I just never did. Thanks again for the wonderful conversation where I've just been losing myself in great chat. I'm also a pedant too, by the way. Like I will use the word Christian. Whoa! I just punched my own microphone. I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't mean it. I will generally use the word Christian to define like the pantheon of different denominations and sects of people who have some sort of a faith that stems around Jesus. But I won't use the term Christian to mean like what the majority of Americans follow. I'll pretty much always call them Protestants, and that's just me. Like to me, there's nothing more American and reductionist than to take all of the millions of Orthodox and billions of Catholics, millions, lots and lots of Orthodox and Catholics who have faiths that precede yours and call them something as a title that is othering to Christianity while calling yourself a Protestant just Christian. You're not just Christian. You are a Protestant, and you are the last in a line of different sects of Christianity. Well, I wouldn't say last. More came after. But I will never call a Protestant a Christian just by itself. You're a Protestant, and you're deserving to be separated and segregated from general Christianity as the sect that you are. Okay. I was going to try to figure out where I was going to put the second table. I have a dining room, and I think that's where it ought to go. 2 big tables, one for the study and one for the dining room. This was the dining room. It's dark in here. I might have to change that. I might have to actually put a chandelier in this particular room. I think I want this closer to the wall, the back wall, so that there'd be room for like serving people to get through here. We need a lot of chairs. Huh?
Started working on little entryway staircase on my place, but kind of got a little complex and didn't feel like finishing it right now.
Staircase, like where case?
Just a
Down
little
below?
entry staircase on my my floating island.
Oh, like once you're actually up there?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. You've been changing the accessibility so it's faster to get up there.
Yeah. So I was gonna.
Yeah.
I was gonna make both of these sides the same,
Mm-hmm.
but I was doing this one first just to get an idea of what it was gonna look like.
Yeah. I like it. I like the idea of having the diagonal growing space. I think there's too many places that just have straight staircases and they look kind of, I don't know, limiting. But I could also see getting tired of trying to match this exactly when it's like a certain Tetris piece that tessellates on top of itself. It's like, ugh, how do you make sure every step of the way is perfect in exactly the symmetrical formation?
Yeah.
You could do it. What I usually do for this type of job is I cheat and I add like a different type of block as like a measuring block like this.
Mm-hmm.
And then that keeps track of everything,
Yeah.
a little bit easier. Other than that, if I don't do it like that, my eyes mess up. I look at the perspective wrong, and I end up doing the depth wrong like almost every time. I don't know what's wrong with my eyes in this game, but I end up placing blocks wrong a lot. Jam says, I'm reading Shogun, and there's lots of discussion of Catholics versus Protestants. There's definitely an era, I think, in the U.S. where Protestants were called Protestants. Even more so in other countries. Like in Ireland, you would never call a Protestant just Christian, right? The Catholics in the books all called the Protestants heretics. Well, of course, they're bucking the system. Naturally, that's heretical. Alright, need some chairs. I like the height of your house because it's easy to get to my roof and then from my roof back to town.
It'll get higher.
The real question is, can you take me higher? Probably want just polished wood for these ones. Maybe like 6. So I need a stack of wood. And just 6 nails. I'm always so scared walking around the crafting tools that I'm gonna dismantle something that's part of Fort Kelvin, and we're not gonna get it back because I hit dismantle. So always extra.
Yeah, I try to be
squeamish.
a little extra cautious.
Measure twice, cut once.
I never read Shogun, but I heard it was a pretty good story. All right. Now's the time to read it. The audiobook is excellent too. Now is not the time to read it. If you knew anything about my spare time, you wouldn't inflict a book on me right now. And the new TV show is stellar. There's a new TV show? Wasn't there an old TV show? Like Charlton Heston or something like that? Put most of these scooted in all proper, but a few of these, I think if a place feels more lived in when stuff is askew and awry here and there. Yeah. They don't have any like feasts or anything you could set down on a table, do they? That would be really nice. Just have a whole...
You can put empty plates and stuff.
Yeah, I know I could put empty stuff down there. The book can be a bit overwhelming with characters, but the TV show makes them easier to grasp. I imagine they consolidate down the amount of people. It did that with Game of Thrones. The book was written in 75, so there's an adaptation from the 80s, I think, but it's pretty dated now. Yeah, I don't know that I'd sit down and watch it. But I know it exists. I know at least that much about the show. Oh yeah, these are the ones I want. Just need glass and charcoal. I don't have any glass though. We have glass in here. Literally do not. We got sand. Alright. We'll make some glass. We'll make some glass accoutrement. Oh no. I don't have like any charcoal. We need more logs. One of these has to have logs. But did we burn all of our logs already? Didn't Lady Nico make us, like, all the logs in Enshrouded one night?
No, I've gathered a bunch of logs too, and they all got used, I believe.
Damn. How dare we? There's some. I'm gonna make us a bunch of charcoal, because, basically out of charcoal. I might be a little bit derisive on the idiosyncrasies of the way people that think about religious concepts that don't seem to be well supported by their choice books of faith or whatever, or it feels like they're not a proper scholar to their ideology to have some of the ideas that they have. But I will say that the secular space has still never solved for like a way to gather people together for a purpose, combine resources, and distribute as needed, and form a sense of like community belonging and a means to network with other people for relationships, for jobs, for all of that kind of stuff, like the spiritual space and the what would you call it? Spiritual adjacent spaces kind of do, like Shriners and Freemasons and stuff like that. They're not quite like a church, but at the same time they're not like without their own spiritualities, you know? And that kind of stuff, just like you can't get that power in that organization from anything in the secular space, even remotely. So I think there's still a good good use for churches in this world. All right, still going to take another 2 minutes just to get the first 10. I was kind of looking at the big bridge in Kelvin and thinking this bridge needs some more of that kind of support stuff added to it, maybe. Regular. Maybe just some singles. Looks kind of nice. I've been involved in trying to form a local humanist fellowship here locally. That's really cool. However, yes, in the main, we've been terrible at that sort of enterprise. That's really awesome. What drove you to organize like that? I'm very much about that, getting a mission like that going too. It's kind of what drives me to create the sort of conversations and create and building a community the way I have been with my platform streaming too, is to do something similarly impactful. So I feel like people that just game on streaming platforms are kind of a dime a dozen, and I care about so much more than just games. Games are nice, but us all interfacing together like we have tonight, that's rare. That's something that you don't just get everywhere. And so it's very impactful to me, and it's something I want to be a greater contributor for. Maybe. Does this look good? It kind of doesn't look like it does much of anything, but it does add a little bit of substance that's otherwise not really there. My motivation was the lack of community locally. I converted to humanism when I was 19 and spent many years pretty alone afterwards. I don't want others to go through the same thing. It's really cool. And yeah, we struggle, like not just online building our communities that we do. I wouldn't call building our communities a struggle. It's just been slow, you know. But I think slow growth is also the way to do it. Like we don't want, neither Oz nor I wanted to be like a pop-up shop out of nowhere, have ads like all over, running all over everything, and then have people pop in on us. We're just not that type of person. We're not that type of people. Oh, we're lacking sand. I put all the sand that I had. I guess I did. We need more sand. But we do also try to be something bigger for our local community. Oz's sales in jewelry are basically first and foremost to the community around us, but we also try to find other ways to just stay more involved. We probably knock the doors of our neighbors more than they care to. More than they care to have us. They're probably like, oh no, not this family again. Like, we just saw them like 2 weeks ago. But we try to stay just like more involved in everybody's lives and connected first just on our street, and then more so like in our city, and then and just trying to like find ways to create purpose and meaning to come together and get to know people and be of that sort of like greater service to everybody. That's how we live off stream. Oh, I need charcoal just to make these too. Got it. Did I pull all the charcoal from here? I did. So I super commend your efforts, and I feel kindred in the interests that you have. All right, let's maybe make some jugs, bowls, cups, dishes. Let's start with that. That's a pretty good dining set. It's all the same crystal. It's gonna look really great on that table, I think. Slowly but surely bring this house, make this house into a home. Put one there and one for these guys on this side so you don't reach over the table from each other, because that's rude. Bowls? Oh, these bowls are big. Uh-oh. I thought they'd be smaller. They're kind of like serving dishes almost. Maybe we'll put one over here. These two are like gonna dish out from. And then twist these. Oh, all the textures are loading in. All right. Most everyone needs a cup. Everyone gets a plate. A lot of people make the mistake of looking at Christians and having the takeaway be opposition to organized religion. I assume you mean Protestants in that regard. Yeah. However, the problem with Christianity is not its organizational skills. No, it excels at that. My concern is nothing to do with their buildings, parking lots, AV equipment, and newsletters. Yeah, I mean, realistically, I don't think any of those parts make them bad. They make them good and rare in a world where otherwise trying to get that kind of level of organization together tends to be pretty hard. Only one more person gets a cup. I think it's going to be this guy. You need a cup. Right there. Yeah. It's busy. It's busy and it feels like it could use some diversity, but at the same time, it's not bad. Maybe some candles. But I don't want this to be too crazy. Too many things on the table. Oh, I'll think about it. I can always move stuff around later on. I think both former Roman Catholics and former Protestants both make that mistake. Both make what mistake exactly? That people are opposed to, that they're opposed to organized religion, period. I definitely have a friend who came from a Protestant family and upbringing who says he's against organized religion. And I was like, I don't know, dude. Like, when's the last time you've been to like a Buddhist temple? How do you feel about like going to a puja ceremony? Do you know anything about Vodun and like the way it's practiced in modern world? There's like so much. Did I just like clip through this roof for a second there? I'm kind of curious if I could do it again. I wonder if you can fall through the roof. Oh, maybe only at the peak. The peak feels like it has weak structural elements to it somehow. Yeah, I feel like saying organized religion is bad because look at Christianity is so reductionist. That's our word for the night. Like you're missing out on so many other great things that happen around the world with other religion. Not that other religions can also have bad too, but yeah. Probably want some. What are we gonna do for the kitchen? I think the kitchen should be in there too. In tonight's work. Jam says, I'm more weary of the evangelical Christian impulse. Yeah, the idea that you were sent here to do, to help other people to come into your fold, right? Couldn't think of a more arrogant thing to do with somebody else, that you've decided that 99 gods in this world are all wrong and you're here to set everybody straight to the one that's right. It is what invented modern imperialism after all. True. Oh, Everett says the mistake of believing that the core problem is the infrastructure itself. Yeah. In fact, you know, if you just take a look at the trajectory of how Protestantism kind of worked throughout the years, it definitely wasn't even where it's at today in America like 30, 40 years ago. It's shifting. For something that's not supposed to shift, American Protestantism shifts a lot. There's a lot of destruction of personal responsibility in the church and a lot of leaning on give it up to a higher power and, you know, like let Jesus take the wheel as opposed to owning the consequences of your actions. What was it in Galatians? Like, as you sow, so shall you reap. Shouldn't it be like you're out there doing your works on the world, and then because of your works, you're proving that you're a proper Christian? I know some people are afraid of the word works because I know wasn't the root of Protestantism in the idea that Catholics were like charging people money and calling it like works. Like if you pay your church and you have your priest do these things, we're sort of like getting you a better place in the afterlife as a result. So like works became like a dirty word. But at the same time, I mean, the Bible talks about like works. Maybe in Book of James or something like that, it says something about like faith without works is dead. So if you're just sitting there like believing with all your heart that there's a Santa Claus or whatever, it's not necessarily going to happen. But if you go out there and you know, feed somebody who's hungry, you've made that hungry person not hungry by an actual act of work on your part, right? Fancy. How would you describe the evangelical Christian impulse? Good question. Well, a great example is the Catholic takeover of South America and Southeast Asia in the 16th, 19th centuries. There's a big push. Africa as well. Cortez and the conquistadors destroying the Incan Empire. I would argue Cortez's maneuvers were maybe a little less religious and maybe more socio-religious or socio-political and religious. That's I mean, yes, they did things in the name of religion, but maybe only nominally. Catholics were selling pardons for your sins. Right. That bothered Luther. Bothers me too. But the idea that not far from the falling of or not far from Luther getting his ideas across, I think there was this idea of churches being made under the concept of sola gratia. I think that's the right term, where you're saved by grace alone. So in other words, nothing that you do matters at all. And we started to get into that more and more, I think, in the US, where people were much less inclined to actually care about like how good of a person they acted, and more just like how good of a church they went to. What they did on Sunday mattered more than what they did to a homeless person they drove past on Monday. I think contemporary U.S. Roman Catholics are pretty poor positioned to be the vanguard of that sort of growth. I mean, yeah, modern day Catholicism and 19th century Catholicism are definitely in two different eras and areas. Cortez was interested in loot, that's true, but he enabled the priests to come in after him and build churches and missions that effectively enslaved the natives, as well as destroying their culture through forced re-education. I'd still want to argue that while there were religious ideals behind some of what they did, that by and large, they don't get that kind of power and money to go out there and do those missions without some sort of gain initial, or like at its core for Spain, right? Like these were maneuvers. It's like when the US came into Afghanistan to fight the Taliban. Were we interested in the well-being of Afghani citizens? And is that why we did such a protracted war there in that region and then left the Taliban in power at the end of that conflict? Countries don't just pour a church out onto a people or spend crazy money in wars, conflicts, militaries, churches, anything of that sort, unless there's some sort of deeper gain somewhere in the mix. Not to be conspiratorial. I know I said that in a sort of way that made it sound like, there are secret reasons why we were in Afghanistan. There aren't secret reasons. I have friends who served in Afghanistan, and I mean, we were there because of the wealth, the mineral wealth in Afghanistan would be really, really nice for the U.S. to secure beneficial trade agreements. And if this is the first time you're hearing this, then you just didn't care enough about Afghanistan. That's not conspiracy. It's just a matter of, why do we send our troops places that seem sort of weird and nonsensical, and a bunch of people get upset that we're there for too long? It's because we're not clear enough about foreign policy and what we're trying to do, making those trade agreements happen. I still haven't really explored the new Willow Crush. Have you, Lost?
I have.
What do you think? Are you a fan of the new one?
Yeah, I like it. They did a lot to it, and they even have a little secret dungeon.
Dungeon? I'll have to go check that out.
Yeah, it's a little bit more massive than I was expecting.
Oh my.
Yeah, it goes pretty deep.
Let's get some clay too. It's crazy how fast you can mine clay compared to everything else that looks like clay. Because lapis looks just like clay, but when you go and loot it, you get almost nothing. I know some people have already gone to sleep, but in my own personal self-serving interests in wanting to grow a brand that is closer to all the things that we were able to discuss this evening, if you know somebody that isn't just like a binge Netflix and play video games and get stoned on the couch sort of person, but has like higher aspirations for what they do with their time when they're not at work, could you tell them about this particular stream? I think this one was really good and very much more where I want to go with my own content creation. And I owe it to a lot of you guys, so, you know, I would say if you, especially if you featured yourself in tonight's stream by your own merits, and you know somebody that you think would be interested in deeper talks and stuff like this, let them know. See if maybe they'll watch the VOD. Maybe we'll find people with more interests in this direction. Build a tribe of this sort. That'd be pretty badass. To be fair to Christians, I have no objection to their evangelism in general. If I had time, I'd go door to door to help recruit for my local fellowship project. That's fair. I personally don't think I have much of an issue with the way most evangelism is what's the word I'm looking for? Manifested in the real world. I would say our thoughts of people who are kind of like pushy and talking about like hellfire and damnation if you don't, and ostracizing other people, and what's the word I'm looking for? Expulsion of people based on, you know, what they believe or don't believe, or what lifestyle they might lead outside of the church. I think that's a smaller section of Christians than non-Christians think they are, because they're so loud. That's something to keep in mind with just about everything, is you'll always hear a vocal minority as louder and bigger than they actually are. Wait, your target demographic is stoners who watch Netflix? No. Just the opposite. I was saying, if you know people that are not just Netflix binging stoners. I got nothing against anybody who does those things either. I would hope. Oh my god, my guy's dancing like crazy right now. I would hope that if they were interested in something like this, they would be something more than just Netflix and pot. That's all I'm saying. Like maybe Netflix, pot, and deep conversations, or just maybe deep conversations. I just hate how pushy evangelicals are about forcing their religion on others and trying to force their views into law. That one's a little bit different. I don't personally see... I see evangelicals pushing their faith on other people as much as I've been offered drugs. You know, when Dare told me you're gonna have so many people coming at you at parties and stuff and asking you if you want to try some drugs for free so that they can get you hooked. Sadly, as interested as I might have been in those offers, I didn't get those offers like Dare said I would. And I also don't get a bunch of Protestants coming at me with their religion. But I do see the trying to force religion into law. And I have big problems with that. I'm a live and let live, not harass people to follow your beliefs. Well, I also think that there are higher standards than what your modern Protestant wants to put into law as well too, right? Like it's law should be there to really protect and guide us, and by protect I don't mean like just put bubble wrap around us, but also protect our freedoms. And I think that in some ways Protestantism can fail in both of those regards. One, definitely doesn't protect your liberties as much as it should. Doesn't let people live and let live in the modern American Protestant version of the faith as much as it should. And two, it doesn't always have the highest moral standard in mind, which is unfortunate. I missed a critical knot, or a crucial knot. Yes. But I think forcing is a real overstatement. If someone hands me a brochure, I'm not being forced. Exactly. I've had long conversations with folks from the Church of Latter-day Saints or Jehovah's Witness, people that are perceived as some of the like highest level of pushy because they're at your door, and I've never felt like coerced, like I'm having a religion forced on me sort of thing. Yeah. When you fall after someone trying to make them take the brochure after you told them no is forcing. Yeah, I would call that forcing if that happens to you. Can I just mention on a quick aside how much I love these light posts? They're so rewarding when you get that sweet spot. This is the sweetest light post dance I think I've done. Stream.
I hope they never fix that.
Stream. I hope they don't fix this either. Are you watching this stream at all? Have you?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
This, I've never I've done wiggles on the post, but this dance is unhinged. My guy must have had so much cocaine before he came up here. Okay, what was I gathering for? Oh, right, furniture, right? This picture, I think. I want plant fibers. I got plant fibers in my house. Actually, I put some away. I think you had it right the first time after you tell them no and they still try to make you take a brochure. It'd be really funny if they try to give you a brochure and they told you no. Plant fibers. There we go. Yeah, I wanted a couple of these pictures. Yeah, keep in mind even just the American version of Protestantism is very different than what you'll see in other countries. One of my best friends, who happens to be Protestant, went and served in a large church volunteer community space in France, and it was one of the coolest, like most transformative experiences I think in her life. And from all reports and records that I heard of it, like I was very pleased with their existence. I think that the world, and especially that area of France, is a better place for this particular community. I want this here too. That'll be a little bit of diversification difference. Now this table is crazy full though. It looks just like a sale. Like, come here and buy all of these glassware. Doesn't really feel much like a, I don't know, like a dining table. Especially because there's no food. We'll put the other one here, probably on the table that we'll make for this area. Had one of those people do that to me in the day after my grandfather died. Dude would not leave me alone, kept telling me God would help with my grief. Told them no repeatedly, to the point where I was in hysterics in the middle of the mall. And the prick still had the gall to call after me, God be with you, after harassing me. That's one of those scenarios that I can't believe some people are so out of touch that they don't realize how hard they're pushing someone away. Right? In some cases it's like you can't be this dense that you wouldn't catch on that what you're doing is actually harming your recruiting effort or whatever. But yes, people really are that lacking in emotional intelligence. I'll just do a regular wooden table. One of the biggest mistakes is overstating the power of contemporary U.S. Christians' power. The reality is they aren't that powerful, and they're a dying breed, right? Even if a Christian follows me through a parking lot waving a brochure at me, that's not power. That's actually rather pathetic. It just shows where they are right now, where the faith itself is not the draw, right? It's got to be people trying to like sell and talk and convince and sort of work your charm with other people. Like it's not evident enough in the way modern Protestantism is that it would be something that people would want to do. It's so not evident that you have to have people get desperate like that. There we go. Should have some other stuff here too. Maybe like a bucket. Oh, it got dark. If you're not collecting fireflies, I'm going to make a day.
I might go collect fireflies in my sleep.
Okay. Sounds good. Getting close to the end of my stream anyway, too.
Yeah, I'm knocking out pretty soon.
Yeah. This was after my grandfather, who had been extremely religious the last few years of his life, in his last days, went from praying to cursing God for his suffering. That's not an uncommon response. I've never been religious, and I have a low tolerance for people who are that obnoxious and pushy. That guy was lucky. I was too focusing on not breaking down 100% in the mall. I would have cussed him out. I mean, he would have had it coming. Anybody who's like that, who's like a cold, what do you call it, cold call salesperson, deserves getting cussed out every once in a while. Also, to return to an earlier part of the conversation, I don't think Christian marketing tactics are that intense by even current standards. I've seen advertising for breakfast cereal that's more emotionally subversive. True. Yeah, I think right now the bigger implication for Protestantism in the U.S. is just to try to like have kids. Like there's such a push to breed because they know that if you've got a captive audience in your own house, then at least you got that. Because converting other people is sort of not really working unless you go to like third world countries and withhold the aid that you do for those countries unless they finish a certain workbook that, you know, teaches them about your ways, and then you can build their house for them or whatever, give them clean water. I've seen that work, but not so much with other Americans these days. Spent some time on Twitter. Oh, well, you're on Twitter. Twitter is like much more majority conservative Christian right now, right? Than it ever has been before. They're extremely pushy. They're pushy because you've agreed to be in their space. I've been told hundreds of times how I'm going to burn in hell for supporting abortion rights or defending trans rights issues because they think you're degrading the family values. Respectfully, it sounds like that person totally failed to get you to see the person as powerful. Yeah. They're pretty bad at marketing these days. What was I making? Buckets. Can you make me buckets? That's clutter? Flasks. Make myself a couple flasks, I guess. I don't know where I'd put them.
Oh, before I pull a Nico and fall asleep at keys, maybe I should go.
Sounds good. Thanks for hanging. I'm really excited to see where your build is going.
Me too.
I appreciate that you're building it organically and that you're not just going off of a template too. It makes it interesting. Makes it that much more interesting to see, like, oh, what are you going to try next? Or like, you know, what's working versus what's not, sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm pushing through some ideas in my head, seeing what can stick.
Nice, nice, nice. All right. Rest well. We'll catch you on the flip
We'll
side.
continue this on Friday.
Yes, we will.
Yeah. Good night.
All right. Have a good night.
You too.
I'm just going to bounce out of Discord now so I can. Pretty much done with, I guess, everything I wanted to do here. I don't think he makes the buckets. Maybe it's a you make them yourself sort of thing. Where would these be? There's all this stuff you can make all on your own. But it's all much more on the crude side. But I thought bucket would be in this. There's no way it's the other dude, the blacksmith. It would be under miscellaneous too. Oh, wooden bucket. It's the very, very bottom. So dumb. Tools and components. Oh, we just need metal sheets. I got these. Metal sheets have got to be in, what, this one? Nothing. Alright. Had some dude who tried to argue with me just this morning that all morality is because of religion. They have to believe that, though. That's not a hot take. That's a if you don't teach that to a Christian, then they don't have a basis for any of the things that they decide are part of their faith. If you believed that morality could be received intrinsically, which obviously it can, then everything sort of falls apart in the way modern Christianity kind of looks at the concept. So yeah, I've heard that same type of argumentation come out a number of times, and there's no way to validate what they say, right? Like, my favorite quote debunking that comes from Penn Jillette. I was just like, no metal sheets. That's all right. I'm pretty much done with the stream anyway. So what Penn Jillette says is that, I'm going to grossly paraphrase him as opposed to looking up his actual quote, but he said something like, you really have to watch out for people that say you can only derive morality from religion. Take rape for, I said the word you're not supposed to say on stream. Take that R word, for example. I R as much as I want to every single day. It just so happens to be that the amount of R-ing that I do is exactly 0. And for anybody to say that you need, you know, like a book or a supernatural figure to step in and tell you, hey, that's not okay. You should want less of that in your life than the amount that you already want. Those are the people to really be like scared of, right? And yeah, couldn't agree with him more there. Again, these are just examples of people expressing their beliefs. Nothing of this is an actual display of power. True. Yeah, they're all just a bunch of losers that have a certain way of thinking. And it's actually a very disempowering way of thinking, right? Again, back to the idea that the modern day Protestant in America has no basis of self, no basis of power. It's basically a really demeaning version of the creation that they say that they are of. If you think you are created in God's own image and then you say, I need a book to tell me my morality or I don't have any. I need somebody to step in and hand me a brochure or I'm doomed. I need to tell other people everything about my beliefs, because if I don't, then my faith might start to die out. Those are all like really sad and pathetic. Like if you really were, you know, this creation of like the absolute number one truth on this planet, then all of this stuff wouldn't be so necessary, right? You wouldn't have to take up everything in your own weak little hands and try your best to save Christianity single-handedly with your Twitter comments or your brochures. Let's see. Where I say the individuals on the street had power, say they push their views on people, harassing people. It's elected officials that try to push religion into law. My question is, why is this push an urgent problem? The the Penn Jillette quote. I'll pull that up for you. I'm gonna, yeah, you know, I'll post it in chat. I was like, I'm not gonna, but then I will. The title of the article already is like questionable, but the hyperlink is safe. So yeah, there it is. It's an interview. Yeah. It's my I'm already like a big fan of I was a fan of Penn and Teller when they were doing Magic, well before they were like, I don't know, just judges in other people's Magic acts. But seeing where Penn went later on in his life, I was really appreciative. They made that show Bullshit where they debunked things. Some of their debunks were a little bit off, but I appreciated the attempt. I would love to get into the debunking space as well, like even dedicating live streams to just doing research to try to see how we could better support an argument or how we could disassemble somebody else's argument. Not in like a live debate sort of fashion, just in a forensics kind of way, because I like learning the best accounts or the best credibility of a situation rather than just taking somebody's account or whatever. But this is my second favorite quote by Penn Jillette. My first favorite quote from him was about him losing weight. He used to be a really, really large, I mean, he's a very, very tall guy, but he also used to be very, very large. And he was known in like the 80s and 90s as being just like gruff and mean. And when he talked, he you know, he said mean things. He called people mean names. He was just sort of like a bitter, gruff guy to get along with. And that's just who he was. That's the nature of who he was. And he was told by his doctor that if he wanted to see his oldest kid graduate high school, he had to make like major dietary changes or his health would get to him like big time. And he was like, oh crap, all right, what do I got to do? He did something kind of drastic. I don't want to talk about his dietary decisions because they're a little on the yikesy side. I think there's probably better ways to go about changing your eating habits for good than the way he did it. But he said he felt so ashamed as being like one of the world's most outspoken atheists that he had a very spiritual sense of self. And that is his gruff, mean, you know, just sort of rough around the edges, loud and proud kind of guy, that that started to go away when he changed his food. He's not a gruff, loud, mean person. His diet was making him all those things. And somewhere in his head, he had this, as a loud, outspoken atheist, a very religious idea that your personality is not the same thing as the biology inside of your body, and that no matter what you ate, that couldn't possibly change who you are, but it did. It did change who he was. That's such a crazy concept to me, and so cool that he was able to like take the reins back on not just his health but also his personality by making physiological, scientifically proven changes to the stuff that makes him, the matter that makes up his body. He's an interesting guy. I've never followed him closely, but I've enjoyed listening to him when I do come across him. I like him in certain metrics. He's the sort of person that, because of his personality and the way he comes off, sometimes he rubs me wrong, but sometimes he has something valid to say. And I think that's... I like that in all of my favorite speakers. I don't like finding people that I believe I could idolize or that I hold all of the same morality or thoughts that they do, because I think then you get into the danger of they'll say something that's just ostensibly wrong and you'll follow along because of the cult of personality that you have created for them in your own head. Whereas if you dislike the people that you listen to in some other metric, you don't have to, you don't have to hate everybody you listen to. You can like people you listen to, but take everybody for their good and bad. Find their flaws, expose them for who they are, and leave them that way in your head. Leave them vulnerable and open as somebody who is human and has qualities that you don't like. Then it's much easier for you to sort out what is appropriate and what's inappropriate coming out of them, or what you decide that you side with and what you decide you'd rather leave apart because it doesn't serve you. Yeah. I could see how that would make sense. Yeah, I mean, I've seen people reporting that because they changed their diet, their eye color altered too, got lighter. Absolutely. It's just where does your eye color come from? It comes from melanin. How is melanin created in the body? It's at its core, it's some kind of endocrine, hormonal something, possibly. Those things have to be fabricated by some matter, and the only new matter you get in your body is the stuff that you eat. You change the way you eat, you're going to change the way your body represents itself. Just like they say, and to some degree this is kind of true, like you will never gain more weight if you don't stop eating more calories than your body consumes in a day, right? You could still create some very drastic problems. I knew somebody, my former family member, who got in big heated arguments with me because he wanted to work out all the time and eat whatever the hell he wanted. And his breakfasts would be like half a dozen donuts and like 6 to 8 strips of bacon and then coffee. And he would yell at me because I don't look as good as he used to. And it's true. I don't think I've ever looked as hot as this guy used to look. He was like a Greek god, if Greek gods looked like him. A different ethnic background than Greek, but just a beautiful man. Very, very attractive. And he died. He passed away. And it was very, very young. He was in his mid-20s. And I can't tell you he died because he had a bad diet, but I can tell you he had a really, really bad diet and thought that he could work out and look pretty because he worked out all the time, and then that was all he needed, so his diet didn't matter. Could his diet have saved his life? I don't know, but his lack of consideration for his own health was evident all of his life. And the fact that we don't have him today, you know, I could be mad at God. I could be mad at his genetics, maybe. Oh, the rest of his family is still alive. His grandma out-survived him. I think I'd rather just be mad at his decision to be mad at me about diet. Even if diet wasn't a contribution. Yeah. Alright. I've stayed up way later than I ought to. My workday starts all too soon tomorrow, and I have fires to put out. I want to talk about work on stream, but I'm already tired for tomorrow, me. Have any of you ever felt that way? Like you're not even clocked in. You haven't even gone to sleep yet. Gone to sleep, woken up, clocked into your job, and you're already tired for tomorrow, you. That's how tired I am right now. I am tired for tomorrow, me. Tomorrow, me wants a nap. Get the EPs? I sure will. Thank you guys. Thanks. You guys are awesome. My time in the Navy? Oh, hell yeah. Every fucking day. I believe it. I believe it. Thank you, Rico/Jam, for your dual platform contributions. I super appreciate that. I am keeping an eye on the watch hours on YouTube, and I am noticing some significant uptrends. I can't help but thank you. And anybody who you have or will take the time to also mention, like, hey, check out this stream. If they do check it out, somebody you know checks it out, please tell them check it out on YouTube. youtube.com/DamienHallmay is me. I super appreciate it. I think partnership is in sight for 2024, and it's very exciting for me. I missed being part of YouTube, but I had many other things to do, like become a dad in the meantime. So it's good to be working my way back into that again. Yeah. I have promises to keep and fires to put out before you sleep. I have promises to keep tonight. The fires start in the morning.
That's another thing. I'm right as the mail.
Thank you, Solos. I will sip from my this is from the Philippines. It's good for like everything. It's like your metal mug of this style. So I don't know if I was fed a story or not, but yeah. All right. I will do that. I will stretch, and I will go to sleep. I will bid you all adieu. This was my bid you all adieu hands, because that's how I say goodbye to people in real life. When I'm saying goodbye, I start doing like karate chops at them. Like, oh, get out of here. Goodbye. Good night. Get out of my face. I'm just kidding. That would be really weird. And I think a lot of people would be afraid to say goodbye and good night to me. I'm generally just a hugger. I like to hug people. Goodbye and good night. Even if I've just met you for the first time, I hug. All right. If you've been watching on YouTube or Kick, I'm going to say good night to you guys early, and then we're going to take Twitch out on a little raid. I love your faces. And if you are safe, fed, and loved, of course you're loved because I just said you were, make sure someone out there is too. Please. I'll catch you all on the next one.